Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Let our biology become one with Paramashiva's biology. Let macrocosm we carry become one with microcosm. Let the microcosm we carry become one with macrocosm of Paramashiva. Let our organism become one with Paramashiva's organism. Let Paramashiva's organism become one with our organism. Let oneness become living strategy, living experience of all of us. Am the Mahavagya. Do it intensely. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Sit as Paramashiva. Inhale and exhale deeply with 25 heads and 75 eyes and 50 hands. Visualize, meditate, connect with him. He is a living, alive being. Drop your form into his form and dissolve. Remember, you are a Sarupya Mukta, means your form is dissolved into his form. All my disciples, now I am initiating Salokya Mukti, Samipya Mukti. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda.
Nithyananda, we welcome all the viewers and devotees and participants to the first session of today's Paramashivoham program, level 1, 2, and 3, which is KAILASA's Nithyananda Yoga, where we'll be performing the Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama and the Prathama Vinyasa Krama. Now, before we begin, let's all sit straight with our head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Bring your hands together in front of your heart center. Close your eyes, visualize Swamiji. Let us chant the Sadguru Vandanam.
नित्यानन्दं परमसुखदं केवलं ज्ञानमूर्तिं द्वन्द्वातीतं गगनसदृशं तत्त्वमस्यादिलक्ष्यम् एकं नित्यं विमलमचलं सर्वदी साक्षिभूतं भावातीतं त्रिगुणरहितं सद्गुरुं तं नमामि.
Next, we'll chant the the Moola Mantra, Om Ham Ham Shivaya Namaha 11 times. The Acharya will be chanting it externally so that all of you can chant along, but you can chant internally 11 times.
Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha. 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 Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha.
Next, we'll be performing the Achamana, the ritualistic cleansing. Now, please bring your Panchapatram and Uddani, the water pot and the spoon, and place it in front of you. Now, place your hands in Gokarna Mudra, which is open your palms wide, open all the fingers, and bend the index finger towards the center of the palm. Then keep the palm facing upward and pour 1 udarni of water, 1 spoon of water into your palms and drink it when you hear the word Swada. Om Atmadattvam Shodayami Swada. Now pour another udarni of water in your hands and drink it when you hear Swada. Vidyadattvam Shodayami Swada. Now pour another spoon of water in your hands. Shivadattvam Shodayami Swada. Now wash your hands with a spoon of water. Now wipe the upper and lower lips with the base of the right hand thumb, chanting Om Ham Hridayaya Namaha. Wash your hands again with a spoon of water. Now with your index, middle and ring fingers touch above the upper lip and below the lower lip. Wash your hands again with a spoon of water. Then with the right hand, thumb and index finger touch the right nostril, the left nostril. Then with the index finger and ring finger touch the right eye, right ear, left ear. Wash your hands with a spoon of water. Next, with the little finger and thumb touch the navel, the right chest, the left chest, and with all the fingers together touch above the head, the right shoulder, the left shoulder, and the heart center. Next, we move to the Sankalpa, the conscious resolution. Place your right hand on your left palm and place both the hands on the right thigh. Close your eyes and create a strong intention for what you want to manifest through today's yoga. Om Mamo Partha Samasta Durdakshay Dwara Bhagavat Shri Nithyananda Paramashiva Prityartam Shri Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Prityartam Cha Adya Purvokta Evam Guna Visheshena Vishishtaayam Asyam Shubhaditau Purana Arogya Yukta Dhuragata Yogi Sharira Siddhyartam Paramashiva Shakti Avishkaranatam Nithyananda Yoga Abhyasam Karishye. Now wash your hands with a spoon of water. Om Abhaupasprisya. Yes. So now, before we enter into the yoga itself, let's have a quick recap of the 12 components. With the first one being the asana. During this whole yoga, we'll be performing the various asanas which have been given to us by Paramashiva itself. These asanas will help us align our Kundalini to the Sahasrara. So as we perform these various asanas and with the various other components, we will be aligning and awakening our Kundalini to the crown center. With the pranayamas that we'll be performing, they will be helping us to make sure that we intake as much prana, life energy, from the air around us. As we perform the various pranayamas for each asana, that will be awakening the prana inside our body. Next component is the bandhas. The bandhas are the various locks that we'll be performing. As we have seen these many days, there are 4 bandhas, 4 locks. First of which is the Moola Bandha, which we'll be performing throughout the sequence. The Udyana Bandha, pulling the stomach in and up, shown by a yellow circle. Jalandhara Bandha, locking the chin to the chest, will be shown in a blue circle, and Mahamudra Bandha will be in purple circle, where we'll be performing all the 3 bandhas together. The next component is the mudras. The mudras are the various body and hand gestures we'll be performing. As we perform these gestures, they will help us to awaken the Kundalini to higher and higher spaces of our body. The next component is the karna. The karnas are the various dance postures that we'll be performing. There are 108 dance postures, but in this Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama, we'll be performing only a few. So when we perform these dance postures, we embody Paramashiva itself, performing the cosmic dance and creating this whole cosmos. The next is the visualization, where we'll be visualizing the various sages, gods, and other sacred objects. As we visualize them, those high energy visualizations go into our biomemory. The next is the japa, the chanting of the Mahavakyas, the internal chanting of the Mahavakyas. This will help us to be in an unclutched state and allow us to focus more on the asanas and the other components. The next component is chanting of the Shastra Pramanas to remind us that these asanas have been given to us by Paramashiva itself. Next component is the weightlifting. As per the Hatha Yoga, the weights have been given to us by the masters, by Paramashiva itself. So when we add these weights, we can intensify and make this whole asana sequence more challenging. The next component is the mandala. The mandala is the sacred geometrical figure that we have been projected behind the acharyas. The mandala of the Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama is the Shri Yantra. The Shri Yantra has been given to us directly by Paramashiva, and just by gazing at it, the various energies that are being engraved into this cosmic geometry get awakened in our Sahasrara, in our crown center. The next is the Aushadha. The Aushadha is the various alchemy products. For the Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama, we'll be using Basma, the sacred ash, on the 16 places, Kumkum on the third eye, and turmeric on the temples. Finally is the Abharana, the Rudraksha. We'll be wearing Rudraksha on ourselves during this yoga so that one, the Rudraksha gets energized when we manifest this intense asana sequence, and later on when we continue to keep it on us, it keeps energizing us. Now that we've had a quick recap, let's start with the first asana, Sukhasana.
I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of MahaParamashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Now be in a comfortable cross-leg posture and place your hands on the respective thigh in Hindu Mudra. Visualize Lord Paramashivam in your inner space. Start performing the Samana Kumbhaka, which is inhaling, holding the breath, visualizing intense fire, and then exhaling. Perform the Mahamudra Bandha and hold the japa Soham in your throat center.
तत्सुखासनमित्युक्तम् अशक्तस्तत्समाचरेत् आसनं विजितं येन जितं तेन जगत्त्रयम्.
The next asana is Parvatasana. Now continue to be in the same cross-leg posture or sit in Padmasana, placing your legs on opposite thighs, and then bring the hands together in front of your heart center and raise it above your head. Visualize the Mount Kailash in your inner space. Continue to perform the Mahamudra Bandha.
अथ वक्षे महादेव पर्वतासनमङ्गलं यत्कृत्वा स्थिररूपी स्यात् सच्चक्रादिविलोपनम्.
The next asana is Halipasana. Now bring the soles of the feet together and then interlace your fingers behind the back and then lean forward and down, placing your forehead behind the heels. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space, gaze at the nose and continue to perform the Mahamudra Bandha.
पूर्वविधियाहो मे जानो उभे पगतिलि संपुतुतानो पिष्टुपछेदो वो करल्यावो दक्षिण करसो वाम गहावो.
The next asana is Nagi Pavasana. Now rise up and bring the hands next to the shins with the palms cupped near the feet. Place your forehead again on the soles of the feet and visualize a snake, gaze at the nose and perform the Mahamudra Bandha.
पूर्वविधि परियागाने नीचौ ही अलूनी पनास्यौ लगाई हाथ आगाने धरती लगावे पसारी दो हाथ की अंजुली करे.
The next is Kokilasana. Now rise up and hold the big toes with the respective hand in Prana Mudra, which is holding the big toes with the index and big middle fingers. Then stretch the legs vertically up and then cross them into Padmasana. Then place the elbows on the ground in front of the feet and then perform Mahamudra Bandha, visualizing a bird.
अतान्यदासनं वक्ष्ये येन सिद्धो भवेन्नरः अकस्माद्वायुसञ्चारं कोकिलाख्यासनेन च.
The next is Nithyananda. Now raise up and stack the ankles and knees and simultaneously hold on to opposite elbows. Rotate the hands in one direction and then the other. Visualize Swamiji, gaze at the nose and perform the Mahamudra Bandha.
घोड़ा वाम्बा पादकी आसमाइली सोये दच्चरण को वारिलो तापरिगुल्प समोये.
The next asana is Gajasana. Now place your hands in the mat and lift your hips up, coming into a plank posture and then lifting the hips higher, making a triangle with the body. Then start scooping the body down again and again from the head all the way till the back of the body. Perform the Uddiyana Bandha, pulling the stomach in and up, and visualize an elephant.
निब्जं पादाग्रे भूमौ कृत्वा लम्बीभूय मस्तकाग्रे निधाय नितम्बं मूर्धमुन्नमय्य नाभिलक्ष्य भूमौ नासिकामानीय.
Next is Rikshasana. Now continue to be in the same posture as you just alternate, raising one heel off the mat and pressing the other on the mat. Perform this again and again as you visualize a bear and continue to perform the Uddiyana Bandha.
एकैकं पादमाकुञ्च्य गजासनं कुर्यात् वृक्षासनं भवति.
The next asana is Vaishyasana. Now stand tall on the feet and then stand on the big toes alone. Try to stand on the big toes alone. If you can't, then stand on the tips of all the toes. Bring the hands together in front of the heart, touching the heart with the index, middle and ring fingers in Hridaya Mudra. Keep the hands parallel to the ground with the elbows up. Visualize Swamiji. Continue to perform the Uddiyana Bandha.
केशेन पादयुगलं बद्ध्वा तिष्ठेत दोमुखः अथ वैश्यावक्ष्ये यत्कृत्वा सत्यवान् भवेत्.
The next asana is Urdhva Janukarana. Now come to a tall standing posture and then come to a half squatted posture as you bend the knees, keep the heels touching and keep the toes pointed out. This is called Arai Mandi. Now bring the hands parallel to the ground with the elbows bent and the hands by the chest. Then circle one hand from the inside simultaneously with the respective leg and then perform on the other side. Repeat this again and again as you visualize Paramashiva in your inner space. Yes, now we move to the next asana, Balalingasana. Now stand on one foot and interlace the hands from the inside out in Sarvavashankari Mudra. Simultaneously lift one leg towards the chest and hold the raised knee with both the hands with the interlaced fingers and pull them towards your chest. Visualize holding a baby and continue to perform the Mahamudra Bandha.
एकं जानु उरसि आलिङ्ग्य स्थातव्यं भाललिङ्गनं भवति.
The next is Padapidanasana. Now pull one leg towards the buttocks with both the hands, interlacing the fingers in Parashamudra. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space and continue to perform the Mahamudra Bandha.
स्थित्वैकस्मिन् पादतले कराभ्यां वेष्टयेतनं पृष्ठे संस्थाप्य यत्नेन पादपीडनमासनम्.
The next asana is Natarajasana. Now pull one leg backward and up and hold the raised leg with the respective hand from the inside. Then lean forward and down and stretch the opposite hand forward. Keep the opposite hand in Bindu Mudra. Balance here as you visualize Lord Nataraja in your inner space.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गष्टप्रसारणे.
The next asana is Balalingasana on the opposite side. Now again interlace the fingers from the inside out in Sarvavashankari Mudra and raise the leg towards the chest. Balance here as you visualize holding a baby and continue to perform the Mahamudra Bandha.
एकं जानि उरसि आलिङ्ग्य स्थातव्यं बाललिङ्गनं भवति.
The next asana is Padapidanasana. Now pull one leg towards the buttocks and hold it with both the hands. Now visualize Swamiji and continue to perform the Mahamudra Bandha.
स्थित्वैकस्मिन् पादतले कराभ्यां वेष्टयेतनं पृष्ठे संस्थाप्य यत्नेन पादपीडनमासनम्.
The next is Natarajasana. Now pull one leg from the inside, backwards and up, and simultaneously lean forward and down. Stretch the opposite hand forward and keep it in Bindu Mudra. Visualize Lord Nataraja and perform the Mula Bandha.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गष्टप्रसारणे.
Next, we'll perform the Ardharechita Karana. Now come back to the half squatting posture and keep the hands parallel to the ground with the elbows bent with the hands by the chest. Now move one heel behind the other and keep the toes pointing with the heel raised. With the respective hand, start making a pendulum motion gracefully a few times. Then place the hand on the nose and repeat on the other side. Visualize Paramashiva as you perform this. Now we move to the skeleton dance. Intently start shaking your body in all directions without any pattern. The way you're shaking your body, let all the laziness and tiredness leave the system. Relax. Now we move to the next karana, which is the Katichana karana. Again come back to the half squatting posture and raise your hands above the head, crossing the wrists. Now turn to one side and open the hands wide open, and then come back to the center and cross the hands again above the head. Then turn to the other side and repeat the same. Repeat this again and again on both sides. Relax. Now we move to the next asana, which is Tadasana. Now stand on the tip of your toes and raise your hands above the head, keeping the elbows straight and the palms facing each other. Visualize a tall palm tree. Perform the Mahamudra Bandha. Continue to perform the Samana Kumbhaka and hold the new japa Shivoham in your inner space.
महामुद्राबद्धकौणौ ताडासनविभेदकान् विनोतानं सदा कुर्यादन्तर्वत्नीपतिप्रिया.
The next is Uttanasana. Now lean forward and down, placing your hands by the feet and try touching your head to the knees. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space and continue to perform the Mahamudra Bandha.
महामुद्राबद्धकौणौ ताडासनविभेदकान् विनोतानं सदा कुर्यादन्तर्वत्नीपतिप्रिया.
The next is Tarakshvasana. Now come to a plank posture and keep your hands shoulder width apart. Now tuck your chin to the chest in Jalandhar Bandha and turn from side to side. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
वजासनवस्थित्वा मस्तकं वारं वारं दक्षिणकुक्षिं सव्यकुक्षिं नयेत्तरक्ष्वासनं भवति.
The next is Bhujangasana. Now lean onto the stomach, lie onto the stomach and keep the hands by the side of your body. Now with the strength of the lower back, lift your upper body off the mat. Keep the toes straight, open your mouth wide and inhale through the hollow of the throat, and then inhale and exhale through the nose. Performing the Bhujangani Mudra, visualize a snake in your inner space.
अङ्गुष्ठनाभिपर्यन्तम् अतो भूमौ विन्यसेत् कराभ्यां चलरां धृत्वा ऊर्ध्वशीर्षपणिवहि.
The next is Shashasana. Now come to a plank posture again and alternate bringing one knee to the chest. Visualize Swamiji and start performing the new Kumbhaka, which is Haja Kumbhaka. Inhale, hold the breath comfortably and exhale. Repeat, alternating your feet again and again.
गजासनसंस्थितौ द्वानद्वयमाकुञ्च्य वारं वारं कर्तव्यं शशासनं भवति.
The next is Rathasana. Now place one foot between the palms and alternate placing the feet between the palms again and again, visualizing a chariot.
गजासनसंस्थितौ एकैकं पादं पुरोमार्गेण ब्राह्महित्वा कर्तव्यं रथासनं भवति.
Now place one foot between the palms and then raise up. Keep the front foot facing forward and the back foot facing sideways. Now raise your hands above the head with the elbows straight and the palms keeping parallel. Now bend the front knee in a 90-degree angle and turn your hips forward. Gaze at the third eye. Visualize Lord Veerabhadra and pull your stomach in and up in Uddiyana Bandha.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गष्टप्रसारणे.
The next is Veerabhadrasana on the opposite side. Now switch the posture of the feet, position of the feet, and again lean front, keeping the front knee bent in a 90-degree angle, the hands raised up, and visualizing Lord Veerabhadra, gaze at the third eye, and perform the Uddiyana Bandha.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गष्टप्रसारणे.
Next is Vrikshasana. Now stand tall with both the feet together and then bring one foot towards the perineum and bring both the hands in front of the heart center and raise them above the head. Visualize the tree and continue to perform the Uddiyana Bandha.
वामोरमूलदेशे च याम्यं पादं निधायतु तिष्ठेतु वृक्षवद्भूमौ वृक्षासनमिदं विदुः.
The next is Garudasana. Now place the raised leg on front of the opposite thigh and keep the hands together in front of the heart center and Namaskara Mudra. Perform the Mula Bandha and continue to hold the Japa Shivoham in your inner space.
गरुडासनमावक्ष्य येन ध्यानं स्थिरं भवि सर्वदोषाद्विनिर्मुक्तो भवतीह महाबली.
The next is Vrikshasana on the opposite side. Now relax this foot and raise the opposite foot and place it near the perineum. Then bring both the hands again in front of the heart center and raise it above the head. Visualize a tree and continue to perform the Uddiyana Bandha.
वामोरमूलदेशे च याम्यं पादं निधायतु तिष्ठेतु वृक्षवद्भूमौ वृक्षासनमिदं विदुः.
The next is Garudasana again on opposite side. Now place the raised leg in front of the opposite thigh and keep the hands in Namaskara Mudra. Visualize Lord Garuda in your inner space.
गरुडासनमावक्ष्य येन ध्यानं स्थिरं भवि सर्वदोषाद्विनिर्मुक्तो भवतीह महाबली.
The next is Trikonasana. Now place one foot forward and the other foot back with the front leg pointed forward and the back leg pointed sideways. Raise the hands parallel to the ground and lean forward and down, placing the hand by the front foot. Keep the other hand facing towards the ceiling and gaze at the sky as well. Visualize a triangle in your inner space.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गष्टप्रसारणे.
The next asana is Nikutaka Karna. Now, is Trikonasana on the opposite side. Now, switch the position of the feet and keep your hands parallel to the ground, leaning forward and down, placing the hand by the front foot. Again, gaze at the sky and visualize a triangle in your inner space.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गष्टप्रसारणे.
Now we move to Nikutaka Karna. Now come to a standing posture and then come to the Arimandi posture. Then keep the palms parallel to each other in front of the heart. Now alternate raising one heel off the mat and switching the posture of the palms. Repeat this again and again. Relax. Now we move to the next asana, Angushtasana. Now come to a squatting posture as you sit on both the heels with the toes. As you balance on the toes, keep the hands together in front of the heart center and the knees together. Visualize Swamiji. Start performing the new Kumbhaka, which is Brahmari Kumbhaka. Inhale and exhale, making a buzzing B sound, and hold the new japa Sadashivoham in your inner space.
कबन्धासनमित्याहुः गोरक्षासनमेव च अङ्गुष्ठमुष्टितं ज्ञेयं ब्रह्मप्रसादितं तथा.
The next asana is Saurasana. Now stretch one foot forward and keep the hands by your side with the palms facing forward. Visualize Swamiji and continue to perform the Mula Bandha.
प्रसार्यैकं पादतलं संस्थाप्य त्वेकपादकम्.
Next we move to Saurasana. Now Vidunanasana. Now lean forward and hold the front leg, stretched leg with the respective hand in Prana Mudra, and hold the back leg's sole with the respective hand. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
गुल्पस्थितौ पादमेकं प्रसार्य तत्पादावगरं संस्पृशे तत्करेण गुल्पं जान्यं धारये तत्करेण दूनं पीठं चाभ्यसे चोभयत्र.
The next asana is Saurasana again on the opposite side. Now pull the foot which is stretched and stretch the opposite leg forward this time. Keep the hands again by your side with the palms facing front. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
प्रसार्यैकं पादतं संस्थाप्य त्वेकपादकम्.
Next is Vidunanasana. Now keeping the leg stretched, hold the stretched leg with the respective hand in Prana Mudra and the back leg again with the respective hand. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
गुल्पस्थितौ पादमेकं प्रसार्य तत्पादाग्रं संस्पृशेत् तत्करेण गुल्पं जान्यं धारयेत् तत्करेण दूनं पीठं चाभ्यसे चोभयत्र.
The next is Brahmajalankushasana. Now come to a squatting posture as you pull the stretched leg back inside and sit on both the heels. Keep your back of the palms on the respective knee With the palms facing up, tuck your chin to the chest in Jalandhara Bandha. Gaze to the floor between the knees as you open the knees apart. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space and continue to perform the Brahmari Kumbhaka.
दो पना पानी होए वैसे एडी दो गुड़ा निवैसे कोरपगत्यल्यां की माहिली आयसी माहेरा से मिली.
The next asana is Kapilasana. Now place the knees on the ground and place your palms also on the respective knee. Pull your stomach in and up in Uddiyana Bandha and visualize the great sage Kapila as you gaze at the nose.
उभे पगतली समत हरावे तिनको मोहिली कोर मिलावे पना पानी उकड़ होए वैसी एडी दो गुड़ा निवैसे.
The next is Bhadrakorakasana. Now to switch your gaze to the third eye as you maintain the same posture of the body. Switch your gaze to the third eye and change the visualization to Swamiji.
दो पगतली संपुत करे कोरुवारली भूपरिधरे कोरुवारली राखे ऐसे तापरि मूल द्वारि टिकि बैसे.
The next asana is Suryasana. Now raise the knees off the mat again and bring the soles of the feet together as you sit on them. Then bring the little fingers and thumbs together and open the palms wide like a lotus and raise the hands above the head. Visualize Lord Surya and gaze through the gap of the palms. Pull your stomach in and up in Uddiyana Bandha.
एडी दो गुड़ा दरी आने पना पानी बैठ को पनिताने गोड़ा जमगा अदर करी रहे आड़े बाम इसी विधि गहे.
The next is Mandukasana. Now sitting in a comfortable seated posture. Keep the soles of the feet together and this time place the palms on the respective knee and roll the tongue and touch the back of the throat in Manduki Mudra. Gaze at the third eye and visualize a frog.
पादतलौ पृष्ठदेशे अङ्गुष्ठे द्वे च संस्पृशेत् जानुयुग्मं पुरस्कृत्य साधयेन्मण्डुकासनम्.
The next is Uttana Mandukasana. Now raise the hands above the head and cross them, touching opposite shoulders behind the back. Continue to visualize the frog. Continue to gaze at the third eye and continue to keep the tongue in Mandiki Mudra as you just pull the stomach in and up in Uddiyana Bandha.
मण्डुकासनमध्यस्थं कूर्पराव्यामृतं शिरः एतद्बेकवदुक्तानम् एतदुक्तानं मण्डुकम्.
The next is Simhasana. Now release the hands and the tongue. Now sitting in this posture, cross the ankles and then lean forward and open your mouth, exhaling forcefully. Stick the tongue out and visualize a lion. Gaze at the nose.
दक्षिणं सव्यगुल्पेन दक्षिणेन ततेतरं हस्तौ तजाङ्गो संस्थाप्य स्वाङ्गुलीषु प्रसार्य च.
The next is Bhadrasana. Now uncross the ankles and cross the hands behind the back. Now you'll be catching opposite big toes with the fingers in Prana Mudra, meaning with the index and middle fingers. Now tuck the chin to the chest in Jalandhara Bandha. Continue to hold the Brahmari Kumbhaka and visualize Swamiji as you gaze at the nose.
गुल्पौ च वृषणस्यादौ विक्रमेण समाहितः पादाङ्गुष्ठौ कराभ्यां च धृत्वा च पृष्ठदेशतः.
The next is Kakabusandi Asana. Now come to a squatting posture as you keep both the feet together. Now with the body inside, wrap the knees from the inside around and try interlacing the fingers behind the back. Visualize a crow and gaze at the nose.
प्रथमे वैसव उकड़ जाने दौ हाथ पगम्ये च आने तिनको मोड़ी नल्या परिल्यावे पिष्टिपचे काकसी करावे.
The next asana is Kanipavasana. Now come to a squatting posture and place the palms on the mat shoulder width apart and then place the knees behind the hand next to the armpits. Slowly lean forward and remove the legs off the mat, balancing only on your hands. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
आसुन कौगुण आसीदुषता होई तु वाच्यौहि.
The next is Kapali Asana. This is an inverted asana, so I request all the participants who have any injuries, terminal diseases, not to perform this asana. For the rest of the participants who need support, take the support of the wall or a partner to perform this asana. Now place your hands on the mat and then place the crown of the mat. As you place the crown, keep the knees on the elbows, making a balanced posture. Slowly raise the legs off the mat, off the knees, and straighten the knees. As you find balance, visualize Swamiji in your inner space and gaze at the nose.
शीश शीशा जड़ी तेगी भगोरो मिला हुआ करे.
The next is Parshamayurasana. From this asana, we'll be performing the Rechaka Kumbhaka, which is exhaling completely, holding the lungs empty, as comfortable as you can, as long as you can, and then inhaling again. Visualize a peacock in your inner space as we perform this Parshamayurasana. Now come to a squatting posture and place your hands on one side of the body, aligning the elbows to the knees and hips. Lean onto the hands and stretch the legs to the side. Gaze at the third eye and perform the Mula Bandha.
मयूरं दण्डवत् कुर्यात् मयूरं दण्डनामकं कुर्यात् मयूरं पार्श्वाभ्यां मयूरपार्श्वनामकम्.
The next asana is Parshamayurasana on the opposite side. Now come back to the plank posture and turn to the other side of the body, aligning. Now, keeping the hands on one side of the body, align it with the hands and knees and lean onto the hands and stretch the legs to the other side of the body. Now, balancing here, visualize a peacock and gaze at the third eye.
मयूरं दण्डवत् कुर्यात् मयूरं दण्डनामकं कुर्यात् मयूरं पार्श्वाभ्यां मयूरपार्श्वनामकम्.
The next is Bhairaganathasana. Now come to a plank posture and place one foot between the palms. Visualize Lord Kalabhairava. Pull the hips forward and gaze at the third eye.
आसन कौगुण पीठी जाई.
The next is Bhairaganathasana on the opposite side. Now again place the opposite foot between the palms and push the hips forward and gaze towards the third eye.
आसन कौगुण पीठी जाई.
The next is Unmukha Pithasana. Now coming back to the plank posture, place your forearms on the mat, keeping the hips up high. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space and gaze at the third eye.
भून्यस्तौ जानुनि हस्तौ चतुष्पदमवान्मुखम् उत्थापिताङ्घ्रियुगलखतिस्थलमभीरुका.
The next asana is Vashishthasana. Now come back to a tall plank posture and roll onto one hand, straightening the other hand towards the sky. Gaze at the sky as well and visualize the great sage Vashishta.
ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटवासिष्ठमरीचिहलमत्स्यकं परिवृत्तं चोदरस्य विविधं धनुरासनम्.
The next is Vashishthasana on the opposite side. Now roll onto the opposite hand and stretch the other hand towards the sky. As you gaze at the sky as well, visualize the great sage Vashishta in your inner space.
ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटवासिष्ठमरीचिहलमत्स्यकं परिवृत्तं चोदरस्य विविधं धनुरासनम्.
The next asana is Anjani Asana. Now come to a seated posture with the legs stretched forward and the toes pointing up. Insert your hands underneath the buttocks with the palms facing up. Visualize Lord Hanuman, gaze at the third eye and tuck your chin to the chest in Jalandhara Bandha.
दो कर की उबे हथेली कोरुवारिली मेले भेली सो आगामने भूपरिदासे महामुनि अंगुली मिरासे.
The next is Pachimatanasana. Now sitting in a comfortable position with the legs stretched, lean forward and down, holding the respective big toe in Prana Mudra. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space and perform the Mahamudra Bandha.
जानो परिलाटं तो पश्चिमं तानमुच्यते येन केन प्रकारेण सुखं दार्यं च जायते.
The next asana is Ugrasana. Now interlace the fingers behind the neck and lean down. As you slowly lean down, keep the elbows outside of the knees and the head on the knees. Visualize Goddess Kali, the most fierce form of Paramashiva Shakti, and perform the Mahamudra Bandha.
स्वपानिभ्यां दृढं धृत्वा जानुपरिशिरोन्निषेत् आसनोग्रमितं प्रोक्तं भवेदनद्वीपनम्.
The next asana is Marichi Asana. Now raise up and pull one knee towards the perineum and wrap this knee from the inside around and interlace both the hands behind the back. Visualize the great sage Marichi and perform the Mula Bandha. Hold the new japa Mahasada-shivoham in your inner space.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे.
The next asana is Mahamudrasana on the opposite side. Now place the raised knee on the ground and hold the stretched leg with both the hands, bringing the forehead to the knee of the stretched leg. Visualize Swamiji, gaze at the nose, and perform the Mahamudra Bandha.
महामुद्रां प्रवक्ष्यामि तन्त्रेऽस्मिन् मम वल्लभे यां प्राप्य सिद्धा सिद्धिं च कपिलाद्या पुरागताः.
The next asana is Bhadrasana 2. Now raise up. The next asana is Marichi asana on the opposite side. Now stretch the bent leg and bend the opposite leg towards the perineum, keeping the knee up. Now from the inside, wrap the knees and hold both the hands behind the back, bringing the forehead to the knee of the stretched leg. Visualize the great sage Marichi in your inner space.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गष्टप्रसारणे.
The next is Mahamudrasana again on the opposite side. As you raise up and place the raised knee on the mat, lean forward and hold the stretched leg with both your hands and place the forehead on the knee of the stretched leg. Visualize Swamiji, gaze at the nose and perform the Mahamudra Bandha.
महामुद्रां प्रवक्ष्यामि तन्त्रेऽस्मिन् मम वल्लभे यां प्राप्य सिद्धा सिद्धिं च कपिलाद्या पुरागताः.
The next asana is Bhadrasana 2. Now raise up and bring the soles of the feet together and place your hands on the respective soles. Visualize Swamiji, gaze at the third eye, continue to perform the Rechaka Kumbhaka and hold the Japa Mahasada-shivoham in your throat center.
गुल्पौ तु वृषणस्यादः श्रीवन्यः पार्श्वयोक्षिपेत् पादपार्श्वे तु पाणुभ्यां द्रम्बब्दासु निश्चलं भद्रासनं भवेत् एतत् सर्वव्याधिविशापहम्.
The next is Gwalipavasana. Now keeping your legs little away from the perineum, place the hands on the respective knee. Tuck your chin to the chest in Jalandhara Bandha. Continue to visualize Swamiji and gaze at the nose.
पूर्वचरपटकः यो सोयि वाही विदिकिलिजे सोहि यामे एरि भिन्नजुरासे अंगुल आट अंतरो रासे.
The next is Joniasana. Now bring the soles of the feet to the perineum and hold the soles with the respective hand. Next, lean forward and down, placing the forehead in front of the soles of the feet. Visualize the Yoni Mandala, the geometrical representation of Paramashiva Shakti. Gaze at the nose.
दो पगतली संपुट करे एड़ी मेड़ के रिंग धरे अर्ध हाथ को अंतल रासे लिलाट पतल्याम पर दासे.
The next is Milikipasana. Now raise up and stretch your hands to the side, at the shoulder level, and then lean forward and down, pushing the soles of the feet away from the perineum. Place the forehead on the sole of the feet. Visualize Swamiji and gaze at the nose.
पूरब विधि परिपागतली संपुट सोले एड़ी मिली रासे.
The next is Siddha Samadhi Asana. Now raise up and bring the soles of the feet as close to the perineum as possible. Insert the hands underneath the shins of the respective foot and keep the palms facing up. Now try to place your neck in front of the toes. Visualize Lord Surya and gaze at the nose.
दो पगतली संपुट करे सोले में आगा में धरे अंगुल आट को अंतरो रासे एडी को आसे विधि दासे.
The next asana is Chinikipavasana. Now raise up and bring the soles of the feet as close to the perineum as possible. Now place the palms, the fingers outside of the soles and the thumb on the sole, and open your feet like a book, placing your elbows on the respective knee. Visualize Swamiji and gaze at the nose.
दो पगा की एडी धरती मगिलो में लगावे पगतली माहिली कौर अंगुटा की साधी सुधी जोड़े.
The next asana is Charapati Chokasana. Now raise up and pull the feet to the perineum. Place the hands on respective knees and gently press them towards the ground, stretching the muscles. Perform the Udyana Bandha. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space and gaze at the third eye.
दो पगतली संपुट दारे आगामने कार के जरा पसारे.
The next is Bhairavasana. Now bring the soles of the feet on the mat and lift the heels up. Try to keep the knees on the ground and then stretch the hands to the side, placing them in Bindu Mudra, touching the index and thumbs. Try to keep the knees on the ground and visualize Lord Kalabhairava. Gaze at the third eye and pull your stomach in and up in Udyana Bandha.
गुल्पो संपीड्य चान्योन्यं विक्रमेण समाहितः दन्वो पाशवतौ हस्तौ दण्डवद्भैरवासनम्.
The next asana is Samanasana. Now place one sole by the perineum and raise the other foot and place it by the chest. Hold the raised leg with both the hands. Visualize Swamiji and gaze at the third eye.
समानासनमावक्ष्ये सिद्धमन्त्रादिसाधनात् एकपादमुरौ दत्त्वा गुह्योनलिङ्गवक्त्रके.
The next is Apanasana. Now place the raised leg on the respective shoulder and stretch the other leg vertically towards the sky. Visualize Swamiji, gaze at the third eye.
केवलं पादमेकञ्च स्कन्धे चारोऽपि यत्नतः एकपादेन गगने तिष्ठेत दण्डवत् प्रभो.
The next is Samanasana, again on the opposite side. Now place the raised leg by the perineum and the other foot by lifting it towards chest and holding it with both the hands. Now visualize Swamiji in your inner space and gaze at the third eye.
समानासनमावक्ष्ये सिद्धमन्त्रादिसाधनात् एकपादमुरौ दत्त्वा गुह्योनलिङ्गवक्त्रके.
The next asana is Samanasana, Apanasana on the opposite side. Now place the raised foot on the respective shoulder and stretch the other foot vertically towards the sky, keeping the hands by the side of the body for balance. Visualize Swamiji and gaze at the third eye. Continue to perform the Rechaka Kumbhaka and the Moola Bandha.
केवलं पादमेकञ्च स्कन्धे चारोऽपि यत्नतः एकपादेन गगने तिष्ठेत दण्डवत् प्रभो.
The next is Gomukasana. Now sit in a crossed leg posture. As you stack the knees, keep the soles of the feet outside of the opposite hips and the fingers interlaced on the top knee. Visualize a cow, gaze at the nose, and start performing the Sitkari Kumbhaka for the following asanas, which is inhaling through clenched teeth and exhaling through the nose. Start performing the japa of Om Nithyanandoham in your throat center.
सव्ये दक्षिणगुल्पं तु पृष्ठपार्श्वे नियोजयेत् दक्षिणेऽपि तथा सव्यं गोमुखं यथा.
The next asana is Anusuyasana. Keeping the legs in the same posture, bring the hands to the side and hold the opposite big toes in Prana Mudra. Visualize the Rishika Anusuya, gaze at the nose and perform the Udyana Bandha.
दक्षिणगोडो नीचोटाने वामों ताके ऊपर आने.
The next asana is Anusuyasana 2. Now interlace the fingers behind the back and lean forward and down, trying to place the nose on the ground. Visualize Rishika Anusuya again and gaze at the nose.
जीमन गोड़ा की संधि ऊपरी दावा गोड़ा की संधि मिलिरा से.
The next asana is Garudasana. Now place one foot by the perineum and the other foot flat on the ground with the knee by the chest. Place the hands on respective knees and visualize Lord Garuda as you gaze at the nose.
दावो भागमोड़ी एड़ी माहिलो गुल्पम मूलद्वारी नीचेड़े.
The next is Naradasana. Now keep the perineum which is touching keep the heel which is touching the perineum and sit on that heel. Keep both the hands behind the neck and interlace the fingers. Then turn outside of the bent knee. Visualize Lord Narada and gaze at the third eye.
पिष्टुजुवामावगतली केरी भूपरितावे लगावे पेरी.
The next asana is Matsyapitakasana. Now bring your heel which you are sitting on and place it on the opposite thigh. And now keeping the knee raised, with one hand wrap the leg and hold on to the opposite shin, and with the other hand hold the respective big toe. Visualize Matsya, the fish avatar of Lord Vishnu, as you gaze at the nose.
वामेन वामाङ्गुष्ठं तु गृहीतं मत्स्यपीठकं योनि वामेन सम्पीड्य मेड्यादुपरि दक्षिणम्.
The next is Gomukasana on the opposite side. Now relax yourself from this posture and again cross the legs, keeping the soles of the feet outside of the opposite hips. Now interlace the fingers and place them on the top knee as you visualize the face of a cow and gaze at the third eye.
सव्ये दक्षिणगुल्पं तु पृष्ठपार्श्वे नियोजयेत् दक्षिणेऽपि तथा सव्यं गोमुखं यथा.
The next asana is Anusuyasana 1. Now keep the body in the same posture as you just bring your hands and in Prana Mudra and hold on to the big toes. Now visualize Rishika Anusuya and gaze at the nose. Pull your stomach in and up in Udyana Bandha.
दक्षिण घोड़ोनी चोटाने वामोम ताके ऊपर आने घोड़ा संधि मिलावे बारी आड़ा पाड़ गुंडी देम से असारी.
The next asana is Garudasana 2. Now, Anusuyasana 2. Now, interlace your hands behind the back and lean forward and down. Try to place the nose on the ground. Visualize Rishika Anusuya and gaze at the nose.
धीमणि घोड़ा की संधि ऊपरी दावा घोड़ा की संधि मिलिरासे.
The next asana is Garudasana 2. Now, place one foot by the perineum and the other foot flat with the knee by the chest. Now, visualize the Lord Garuda and gaze at the nose.
दावा पाग मोड़ी एडी माहिलो गुलपद मूलद्वारी नीचे.
The next asana is Narada. Now, sit on the heel which was touching the perineum and interlace both the hands behind the neck. Now turn outside of the raised knee and visualize the great sage Narada as you gaze at the third eye.
पिष्टुजो वामा पगतली केरी भूपरिताये लगावे पेरी.
The next is Matsya Pitakasana. Now turn back and place the heel which you are sitting on the opposite thigh, and with the respective hand of the opposite thigh, hold on to the respective foot, and with the other hand wrap the body and hold on to the opposite shin. Visualize the Matsya, the fish avatar of Lord Vishnu, and gaze at the nose.
वामेन वामाङ्गुष्टं तो गृहीतं मत्स्यपीठकं योनि वामेन सम्पीड्य मेद्रादुपरि दक्षिणम्.
The next asana is Matsyendrasana. Now place one foot on the opposite. Stretch both your feet forward and then place one foot on the opposite thigh. Now then bend the leg which has the foot of the other leg on this leg and turn outside of the raised knee. Place your hands on the neck and the other hand on the floor behind. Turn back and gaze towards the third eye as you visualize the great sage Matsyendranatha.
उदरं पश्चिमाभासं यत्तिष्ठति यत्नतः नङ्ग्रामं वादपादं हि दक्षजानुपरिन्यसेत्.
The next asana is Kubasana. Now place the hand which is on the neck by the foot and the other hand which is on the ground, place it on the respective ear. Visualize a camel and gaze at the third eye.
आसन कौगुण जो लो जाई.
The next asana is Matsyendrasana 2. Now place the hand which you placed on the ground again on the ground and continue to turn backwards and gaze towards the third eye. Visualize sage Matsyendranatha and gaze at the third eye.
मत्स्येन्द्रपीठं जठरप्रदीप्तिं प्रचण्डरुग्मन्दनकन्दनास्तम् अभ्यासतः कुण्डलिनी प्रबोधं नन्दस्थितत्वं हि ददाति पुंसाम्.
The next asana is Matsyendrasana 1 on the opposite side. Now again stretch both your feet and change the position of the feet, placing the other leg on the opposite thigh. Now bend the opposite thigh and turn outside of the raised knee and place one foot on the neck and the other foot on the ground behind. Turn back and gaze to the third eye as visualize Lord Matsyendranatha.
उदरं पश्चिमाभासं कृत्वा दिश्यति यत्नतः नङ्ग्रामं वामपादं हि दक्षजानुपरिन्यसेत्.
The next is Kubasana. Now place the hand which is on the neck by the foot and place the other hand on the respective ear. Visualize a camel and gaze at the third eye.
आसन कौगुण जो लो जाये.
The next asana is Matsyendrasana 2. Now place the hand back on the mat and visualize the great sage Matsyendranatha.
मत्स्येन्द्रपीठं जठरप्रदीप्तिं प्रचण्डरुग्मन्दनकन्दनास्त्रम् अभ्यासतः कुण्डलिनी प्रबोधं नन्दस्थितत्वं हि ददाति पुंसाम्.
The next is Padmasana. Now turn and place your feet on opposite thighs. Now place both the hands on the respective knee. Visualize Paramashiva in your inner space. Gaze at the nose and perform Mahamudra Bandha. Hold the new japa Om Nithyananda Mahasadaशिवोहम.
आसनं द्विविधं प्रोक्तं पद्मं वज्रासनं तथा.
The next asana is Padmasana 2. Now hold the opposite big toes in Prana Mudra as you visualize Goddess Parvati and gaze at the nose. Continue to perform the Mula Bandha.
उत्थानौ चरणौ कृत्वा ऊरुसंस्थौ प्रयत्नतः ऊरुमध्ये ततौ तानौ पाणी कृत्वा तु तादृशौ.
The next asana is Kukutasana. Now insert your hands through the gap of the thighs and calves. Place your hands through the gap of the thighs and calves and lift your body off the ground. Visualize a rooster and start performing the Sahaja Kumbhaka, which is inhaling, holding the breath and exhaling comfortably.
पद्मासनं सुतं ताप्य नारुर्वोरन्तरे करौ निवेश भूमौ वा तिष्ठेद् व्योमव्यक्कुक्कुटासनः.
Yes, now we move to the next asana, which is Baddhakeki asana. Now place your raise onto the knees in Padmasana and place your hands on the mat with the fingers pointed backwards. Then lean onto the elbows, placing your navel on the elbows. Slowly balance and lift the legs off the ground, balancing on your hands. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
धरामवष्टभ्य करद्वयेन तत्पूपरि स्थापिनाद् विपार्श्वः उच्चासनौ दण्डविदत्ति गत्ते मायूरपीठम् अवदन्ति पीठम्.
The next asana is Mayurasana. Now continue to keep the hands in the same posture and just release the Padmasana. And then come to a kneeling posture with the hands in the same posture. Slowly lean onto the elbows again, placing the navel on the elbows, and then lean forward and lift the legs off the mat, visualizing a peacock.
अथ वक्षे महादेव मयूरासनमुत्तमं भूमौ निपात्य हस्तौ द्वौ पूर्वरोपरि देहकम्.
The next is Makarasana. Now lie down on the stomach. Keep the legs wide open with the toes pointed sideways. Interlace the hands behind the neck and visualize a crocodile.
अध्याससेते हृदयं निधाय भूमौ च पादौ च प्रसार्यमाणौ शिरश्च धृत्वा करदण्डयुग्मे देहाग्निकारं मकरासनं तत्.
The next asana is Shalabhasana. Now place the hands by your side and lift the legs off the mat with the strength of the abdomen. Visualize a locust in your inner space.
अध्याससेते करयुग्ममश्को भूमिमवस्तभ्य करयोः स्थलाभ्यां पादौ च शून्ये च विजष्टिचोर्ध्वं पतन्ति वीतं शलभं मुनीन्द्राः.
The next asana is Ushtrasana. Now bend the knees and bring them towards the buttocks as you hold the respective foot from the outside. Pull them down to the ground by the side of the hips as you visualize a camel in your inner space.
अध्याससेते पदयुग्ममस्तं पृष्ठे निधाभ्यां धृतं कराभ्याम्.
The next asana is Dhanurasana. Now hold the feet from the inside and simultaneously lift the thighs, legs and the upper body, bending the body as much like a bow. Visualize.
प्रसार्य पादौ भुविदण्डरूपौ करौ च पृष्ठे धृतपादयुग्मम्.
The next asana is Bhagasana. Now come to a seated posture. Now come to a comfortable seated posture as you sit on the heels with the toes flat. Place your hands on respective knees and relax your body as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
उल्टा मोड़ी पाव दो वैसे बहुरो जुगाटी करे के ऐसे ऐसे.
The next is Gohyasana. Now place your forearms on the mat and then interlace the fingers, then place the crown between the forearms, between the fingers, and then raise your knees off the mat, then walk forward and kick the legs up, coming into a inverted posture. Now balance here with the knees bent as you visualize Swamiji and gaze at the nose.
दो हाथ की कलौनी जोई पुनिहा काला के जाने दोई.
Next asana, Shirasasana. Slowly balance as you raise the legs and straighten the knees. Balance and visualize Swamiji.
विपरीतं मण्डलं च द्वैतविविधं दिनः दण्डासनं द्विधा प्रोक्तं विपरोते करेशने.
Relax. Now we move to the next asana, which is Podhyasana. Now this intense sequence of asanas, we are going to be performing the Bhastrika Kumbhaka, which is intense exhalations. Allow your body to inhale automatically. And now for the first asana, Podhyasana, place your hands behind the calves of your feet and raise your legs vertically towards the forehead. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
दो हाथ पगबरे आने घोड़ा तारक कांक सीताने.
Now we move to the next asana, Parigasana. Now place your feet on the mat and then cross your hands behind the back. Then raise your feet again into a 45-degree angle and visualize a mace gaze at the nose.
उत्तानं शयनं कृत्वा पादौ मिलित्वा प्रसार्य नितम्बं भूमौ स्पृश्यातस्तभ्यं कन्दरां बद्ध्वा कुम्भकं कृत्वा तिष्ठेत् परिगासनं भवति.
Now we move to the next asana, Naukasana. Now place your feet on the mat and then stretch the hands parallel to the ground or place the forearms on the ground by the hips. Then raise the legs to a 45-degree angle and visualize a boat. Gaze at the third eye.
उत्तानं शयनं कूर्पराभ्यां भूमिं ममष्टभ्य हस्तौ नितम्बं निधाय.
The next is Rudrasana. Now place the soles of the feet together on the mat. Then insert your hand underneath the shins of the feet and then hold the feet. Pull them towards the chest and balance here as you visualize Lord Rudra and gaze at the nose.
पवतली संपुट करे हाथस्य उपाग उच करे.
The next asana is Unmukha Pitasana. Now place the soles of the feet on the mat. Lie down on your back. Keep the knees pointed up. Touch the back of the respective heel. Lift your hips up and tuck the chin to the chest in Chalandra Bandha. Perform the Murcha Kumbhaka and visualize Swamiji as you gaze in the nose.
ऊर्ध्वे च जानुनी कृत्वा शबित्वोर्ध्वमुखं तथा उत्थाप्य हस्तौ तिष्ठेतु पीठ उन्मुखनामके.
Now completely relax your body. As we move into Shavasana, let the hands be by your side, the toes pointed, relaxed, unclench from each muscle from the toe to the head. Unclench from all the muscles and the senses. Don't get distracted by the small sounds that are being created around you. Just visualize Swamiji and see the Kundalini travel from the root center to the crown center as you perform Shavasana.
अथ शवासनम् उत्थानं शववद्भूमौ शयनं तु शवासनम् शवासनं श्रान्तिहरं चित्तविश्रान्तिकारकम्.
I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of MahaParamashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham 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 Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham.
Now, slowly, return to your physical body. Start to wiggle your fingers and toes, your wrists and your ankles, your elbows and your knees. Pull your knees up towards your chest and circle your legs with your hands and rock your body from side to side as you slowly return to a comfortable seated position. Congratulations, you completed the Pratama Vinyasa Krama, the 108 asana sequence. With this, we conclude the yoga session for the Paramashivoham Level 1 participants. Thank you all so much for joining us in the yoga session today. The next Acharya is going to take over in just a few moments. For the Paramashivoham Level 2 and 3 participants, now let us move on to the next asana of the sequence, which is Yathasana Ishtasana. Now sit in a posture that brings ease to your physical and mental space. Any asana is fine, which is comfortable for you. Place your hands on top of the knees in Bindu Mudra, index and thumb together. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Breathe in Samana Kumbhaka. Fill your stomach with prana and visualize the flame rising up your spine. Perform the Mula Bandha, the root log, and internally chant Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham, the japa that we are going to maintain for the remainder of this session.
Paryankam tatsamakhyatam yata samstam yata stitihi.
Next up is Samasana. From a cross-legged position with your hands on the knees in Bindu Mudra, inhale deeply and exhale deeply again and again. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
Idanim gadbhininam yogabhyasau yata lagau sukha prasavalabhaya prokshate praktane patihi.
Next up is Muktasana. Now, place the left heel against the perineum and the right foot on top of the left. Keep your hands flat on the knees, gaze to your nose, and visualize yourself as a sage liberated by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism.
निपीड्यशीविनीं सूक्ष्मां दक्षिणेतरे गुल्पतः वामं याम्येन गुल्पेन मुखासनं विदं भवेत्.
Next up is Siddhasana. Now shift your gaze up towards your third eye and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
स्थाणुं मितेन्द्रियो चलदर्श पश्यन् भ्रुवोरन्तरं चैतन्मोक्षपातकं वेदजनकं सिद्धासनं प्रोच्यते.
Next up is Siddhyasana. From the same posture, now shift your gaze to the ground in front of you. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space and engage all three bandhas, Mahamudra bandha.
वामपादकेडीजाणो शिवनिमणिता सोमकेतानो.
Next up is Rudrasana 2. From the same posture, now rotate your hands on top of the knees into Bindu Mudra. Shift your gaze up towards your third eye and visualize yourself as Lord Rudra.
वामचरणपरिदर्शिनराके एकजुगाति आसी विहिदाके.
We move on to Santadunasana. Maintain the same posture, gaze to your nose, and embody tranquility and an unshakable nature.
असचौ गौगुण मनस तलतलमानीत.
The next asana is Siddhasana 2. Now bring your hands in front of the navel and cup one palm over the other in Samputa Mudra, resembling a lotus flower as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
ऋजुकाय समासीनं दासनमुदीरितम्.
Next up is Bandha Yoni Asana. Now set your Sankalpa to manifest through the womb of creation. As you get ready to enter Shanmukhi Mudra, close your lips, your nostrils, your eyes, and your ears with your fingers as you inhale deeply and hold your breath.
यत्र मध्ये महादेव बन्धयोन्यासने शृणौ यत्कृत्वा केचरो भूत्वा विचरेद्दुष्वरो यथा.
Next up is Virasana. Now place one foot onto the opposite thigh and the other foot below the opposite thigh. Keep your hands on the knees in Bindu Mudra and embody the state and space of bravery, Vira.
एकं पादमतैकस्मिन् विन्यस्योरनि संस्थितौ.
Next up is Valmikasana. From the same posture, with your hands on top of the knees in Bindu Mudra, gaze to your third eye and visualize Sage Valmiki, the great poet and author of Ramayana.
दावापगके पगदलिपुनि एडी हैजोये पाहणं दिशि मेदरे दाचन आने लगा बेसोय.
Next up is Joni Mudrasana. As you rotate your hands flat on top of the knees, gaze towards the tip of your nose and visualize the Yoni Mandala, the visual representation of Devi Paramashiva Shakti, which is projected in the top right corner of the screen.
वामपादकी पगदलिजाहे महिलिं कोरिजोनि तताम्बदारि वैश्ये.
Maintain the visualization, maintain the physical posture, but shift your gaze up towards the third eye in Yoni Asana.
योन्यासनं पर्वतेन योगं योगफले निलम्.
The next asana is Bhadrasana 3. Now bring the soles of the feet together in front, your heels close towards the perineum. Interlock your fingers around the feet and firmly pull them close. As you push the knees down to the ground, gaze to your nose, engage Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha, and visualize yourself as Lord Veeravatra.
गुल्पौ च वृषणस्यादः श्रीमन्यः पार्श्वयोक्षिपेत् सव्यगुल्पं तथा सव्ये दक्षगुल्पं तु दक्षिणे.
The next asana is Aghorasana. keep your heels against the perineum. Place one hand, the left hand on the left knee, and cover your mouth with the right hand. Close the left nostril with the index finger. Inhale through the right nostril. Close both nostrils and hold your breath. Exhale through the left nostril, and then inverse the breathing flow. Inhale through the left, hold your breath, and exhale through the right. Again and again in Abhyantara Kumbhaka, as you press your tongue upwards in Kechari Mudra. Gaze to your third eye and visualize yourself as an Agori.
पूरक हो बिष्टिका जो ही पाही विधि जो करेगी जे सोई.
Next up is Kanadi Pavasana. As you keep the toes together and the heels apart, lean forward and place your elbows on your heels. Rest your chin on your hands. Gaze to the tip of the nose. Engage Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha. Exhale all the way in Rechaka Kumbhaka. Continue for the next few asanas with this pranayama. And visualize yourself as a female elephant drinking water.
ग्वाली पावासन कह्यो है जैसे याहुं में जाने विधि तैसे.
Next up is Parasana. Now raise your knees, bring your arms underneath the shins, and interlock your fingers in front as you lift your feet off the mat. Gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
ततो द्वम्रे जयेत् वायुं मृडनिश्वासे संयुतम्.
The next asana is Gopi Chandasana. Now interlock your fingers around the toes and pull your feet against your chest. Rest your chin on the hands as you gaze to the nose and embody the state and space of a king.
पूर्व विधि पगा की अंगूत कथा परे रईसे.
Next up is Uddadasana. Now again, scoop your hands below the feet and interlock your fingers around the feet. As you pull them against your chest, rest your chin on the soles of the feet. Gaze to the nose and visualize your body free from any defects.
दो पगतलि संपुटाने उभय हस्त करे उदर हिताने अंगुष्ठ दो समत हरावे चुबको नीचे ताहे लगावे.
Next up is Vishishtasana. From the same position, lift your feet higher in front of your face. Visualize yourself excelling in everything.
दो पगतलि जोड़ी संपुट करे हाथ दो पागा बीच अने तले करे.
Next up is Bhujasana. Now lift your feet over top of the shoulders and bend your elbows. Bring your hands up and interlock them around your neck as you visualize yourself as a cobra.
शीर्षासनं तु विज्ञेयं कक्षासनमतः परं ग्रीवासनं च परमं भुजासनमिहोच्यते.
Next up is Kalyanasana. As you visualize yourself as a beautiful, auspicious goddess, now bring your legs over top of your shoulders and interlock them behind your back. Reach behind your back as you gaze to the nose and visualize yourself as an auspicious goddess.
दो हाथ पागम विचाने तिनको गोड़ नीचे टाने बगुरी पहा पका है ते हले लवे पुनः योगी ऐसे तहरावे.
Next up is Sankatasana. Now place the top of the left foot on the mat and sit on the left heel as you stack the right knee over the left with the heel outside the hip. Keep your hands on opposite knees. Gaze in Vaishnavi Mudra without focusing on any external objects. Visualize yourself as an elegant swan and breathe in Ujjayi Pranayama. Make an ocean-like sound with your mouth on the in and exhalation.
वामपादं चितेर्मूलं हन्यस्य धरणीतले पाददण्डेन याम्येन वेष्टयेद्वामपादकम्
Next up is Dhenukasana. From this posture, now move the left heel outside the hip, sit on the ground, and place your hands on the top knee. As you engage Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha, visualize the cow in your inner space.
अनुसागीनागरी पञ्चदं विशीरं दकल्यम्नि
Next up is Machandrasana. Now place the right foot onto the left thigh and the left foot onto the right knee. Now bring your left arm behind your back, twist your spine to reach for opposite thighs with your hands. Gaze to your third eye and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
वामजङ्गपरिदचन आने वामहस्तपिशिदिशा आने
Next up is Machandrasana 2. Maintain your legs in the same posture. Hold on to the big toes in Prana Mudra and lean forward and down. Place your forehead on the ground. As you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
प्रथमजीमनो चरणो जोजोयि वामजङ्गपरिराके सोयि
Next up is Guru Asana. Now interlock your fingers and place them on the top knee. As you visualize Swamiji in your inner space and engage all three bandhas, Mahamudra Bandha.
ऊरुमूले इतरपादस्य कनिष्ठिका प्रसेदेन गुल्पं संस्थाप्य
Now repeat Sankatasana on the other side. Place the right foot flat as you sit on the right heel. Stack the left knee over top. As you keep your hands on opposite knees, visualize yourself as an elegant swan.
वामपादं चितेर्मूलं सन्न्यस्य धरणीतले पाददण्डेन याम्येन वेष्टयेद्वामपादकम्
Now keep both your heels outside the hips. Sit on the ground. Engage Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha and visualize a cow in Dhenukasana.
अनुसागीनागरपञ्चदं विशीरं दकल्यम्नि
Now repeat Machandrasana on the other side. Place the left foot onto the right thigh and the right foot onto the left knee. Twist your body, bring the right arm behind your back and hold onto opposite thighs as you gaze up and visualize Swamiji.
वामजङ्गजगपरिदाचिनताने वामहस्तपिशिदिशा आने
Untwist your spine, hold on to the big toes and lean forward and down in Machandrasana 2.
प्रथमजीमनो चरण जुजोयि वामजङ्गपरिराके सोयि
Rise back up now. Interlock your fingers and place them on the top knee as you engage all three bandhas and visualize Swamiji, your Guru, in Guru Asana.
ऊरुमूले इतरपादस्य कनिष्ठिका प्रदेशेन गुल्पं संस्थाप्य
Next up is Parshasana. Now place your feet flat on the ground and cross your arms, hold on to the knees and pull them close against your chest. Press your tongue upwards in Kechari Mudra as you gaze to your third eye and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
पादतले भूमौ निधाय जानिनि उरसि निधाय विपरीतहस्ताभ्यामूर्सहितजङ्गं निबाद्य तिष्ठेत् पाशासनं भवति
Next up is Bodha Shokasana. Now hold on to opposite wrists. Place your chin on the knees and gaze to the nose as you visualize being in an abode of bliss.
दोऊ पगतलिबू परिदरे कोरुमाहिली ऐसे करे कोरुमारली उकड़वेसे रंग सहित आगे निवेशे.
Next up is Kurakadasana. Now bring your arms underneath the knees. Hold onto opposite elbows below your legs. Gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
पुरकटासन दो हाथ पगवहा रेल्यावे गोड़ नीचे ले तहरावे.
Now maintain the hold underneath your knees. Cross the right ankle over the left, toes pointing up. Gaze to your nose as you visualize the great sage and Maharishi Sumati in Sumati Asana.
मूलद्वारे दर्दी परिताने दाव पग परिदाचे पदे आने.
Now extend your legs forward. Keep the knees straight. Interlock your fingers and Parashu Mudra. Raise them up above your head. Keep the wrists pointing outward. Gaze to your nose. Engage all three bandhas. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Make sure you keep your tongue up in Kechari Mudra in Dandasana.
इदानीं गर्भिणीनां योगाभ्यासौ यथा लगौ सुखप्रसवलाभाय प्रोच्यते प्राक्तने पतिः.
Next up is Arambhasana. From the same position, lean forward and down. Hold onto the big toes in Prana Mudra. As you bring your head as low as you can, inhale through one nostril and exhale through the other, alternatingly in Nadi Shodhana. As you clean your nadis, Ida and Pingala, as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
दो पग मिलावे पसारी पगा का अंगूठ पगाड़ी लिलाट गोड़ी लगावे.
Next up is Virukasana. Now separate your feet and slightly raise your knees as you bring your arms underneath the shins and hold the soles of the feet from the outside. Now gaze to your third eye and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
प्रथम बैसी दो पव पसारे कहूचको उकर दो कुंभे दारे.
Now join the soles of the feet in front and again bring your hands underneath the shins with the palms facing up. Gaze to the tip of the nose and visualize Swamiji in Jalandhari Pavasana.
दो येरी मलिका दीजे हाथ पसारी.
Next up is Uddha Paschimottanasana. As you keep your legs extended, lift one leg behind your neck and lift it behind your head. As you lean forward and down and hold onto the front foot with both hands. Breathe in Pratyahara Pranayama. Visualize the pranas flowing upwards through your entire body, from the feet to the regenerative organs, to the navel, the heart, the throat, the uvula, the center of the eyebrows, the top of the forehead, and the crown of your head in golden light as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
पश्चिमदानस्तित्वं कृतं एकं पादग्रीवायां धृत्वा तिष्ठेत् ऊर्ध्वपश्चिमदानं भवति.
Next up is Anantasana. Now lean back. Keep your leg behind your neck. Hold onto the foot and extend the opposite leg forward as you gaze to your nose and visualize your infinite, eternal, endless Ananta.
उत्तानशयनी एकैकं पायी ग्रीवायां विन्यस्य.
Next up is Ankushasana. As you keep holding onto the foot, roll onto the side of the hand which is holding onto the foot. Rest on your side as you gaze to your nose and feel in complete control.
उत्तानशयित्वम् एकैकं पादं ग्रीवायां कुर्वन् इतरहस्तं कर्णमूले स्थापयेत्.
Next up is Tridushasana. As you lay on your back, lift your knees up against your chest encircle your legs with your hands and rock your body from side to side as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
उत्तान शयनं जानुनी हृदये वस्तम्भ अंकुशलं तुरणीकारयेत् बद्ध्वा शयनं पशाव्यां लोदये दृशासनं भवति.
Next up is Urdhva Vashmatanasana. As you lift now the other leg behind your neck, lean forward and down and hold onto the front foot as you visualize Swamiji repeating the asana on the other side.
पश्चिमतानमस्तित्वं कृतं एकं पादं ग्रीवायां दृष्टेत् ऊर्ध्वपश्चिमतानं भवति.
Lean back into Anantasana, hold onto the foot, extend the opposite leg forward, gaze to your nose and visualize yourself being unending.
उत्तानशयनी एकैकं पायी ग्रीवायां विन्यस्य.
Now roll onto the side and gaze to the nose, feeling complete control in Ankushasana.
उत्तानशयित्वै एकैकं पादं ग्रीवायां कुर्वन् इतरतरं हस्तं कर्णमूले स्थापयेत्.
Next up is Yoga Nidasana. As you lay on your back, one by one, lift your legs behind your neck. If you can't bring your legs behind your neck, you can pull them against your chest. And then interlock your arms around your back as you gaze to the nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
पादाभ्यां वेष्टयेत् कन्तं हस्ताभ्यां पृष्ठबन्धनं तन्मध्ये शयनं कुर्यात् योगनिद्रा सुखप्रदा.
The next asana is Atmaramasana. As you lay on your back with the legs raised over the respective shoulders, bend your elbows up and interlock the fingers around your neck. As you gaze to your nose, visualize Lord Vishnu beckoning you from within.
आत्मा रामासन प्रथम सूद सोभे पाग ऊंचे आने आने दो पग बीची हते करे.
Next up is Kochikasana. Lay on your back and extend your arms out to the side. Pull your knees against your chest with the soles facing upwards.
दो हाथ सीधा सा करे तिनसो उबल्ली सा भा करे.
Gaze to your third eye and visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Next up is the Jatara Parivriti. This asana comes with 3 steps. We're going to perform all 3 steps and then repeat them on the other side. Throughout the asana, visualize Swamiji and perform the Mula Bandha. First, let us enter into a neutral position. Lay on your back with your arms extended at the shoulder level. Pull your knees against your chest. Then perform the first step. Drop one knee down to the side. Extend the opposite leg down. Now bend both knees to the side. And extend both legs to the side. Hold on to the feet and gaze in the opposite direction. Then come back to the center. And repeat these movements on the other side as well. Drop the knee down to the side. Bend both your knees to the side. Extend your legs to the side. Hold on to the feet and gaze away from the feet.
परिवृत्ति कुक्षि भागे त्रिदाहि परिकीर्तितः बद्धकोणं सुप्तकोणं मूलकोणमतापि च.
The next asana is the Dviparapitam. As you lay on your back, gaze to your nose, and visualize yourself as sturdy as a bridge as you hold on to your ankles, push your hips up, gaze to your nose, and lock your throat and root center as you breathe in Moksha Kumbhaka.
प्रतिक्रियायुतं द्वन्द्वपीठ सर्वबलप्रदं गर्भिणीनां दुर्बलानां इतिगादि गदानुनो.
Next up is Paryankasana. With your feet flat, bring your hands now over your shoulders, the fingers pointing towards your feet, and lift your entire body off the ground. Push your hips up high. Visualize yourself as sturdy as stone furniture as you calmly breathe through your nose in Sahadra Kumbhaka in Paryankasana.
उत्तानशयनं हस्ततलाभ्यां भूमिम् अवष्टभ्य पादतलाभ्यां भूमिं धृत्वा.
Next up is Shvotanasana. As you lay on your back and pull your knees up against your chest, place your hands on respective shoulders and then move your hips in a circular motion. Visualize yourself as a dog, playfully rolling around on its back.
स्वस्थचरितं संस्थाप्य जानुनी सम्मील्य नाभवामीन्य हस्ताभ्यां गन्धरं बद्ध्वा भ्रामयेत् श्रोतानं भवति.
Next up is the Viparita Karani. Keep your arms flat on the mat and raise your legs up high. Point the toes upwards. As you visualize Swamiji in your inner space, breathe in Moksha Kumbhaka and rotate your legs in a circular motion.
विपरीतकरणी मुद्रा भूतले श्वशिरो दत्त्वा खेने चेद्वयम्.
Now stop the movement of your legs. Be stable in Viparita Karani too.
करणी विपरीताख्य सर्वविद्या विनाशिनी नित्ययुक्ताय युत्यस्य जाडराग्निर्निबद्धनी.
Next up is Langalasana. Now drop your feet down onto the ground above your head. Keep your fingers interlocked behind your back in Palasha Mudra. Place the finger lock on the ground as you visualize yourself as a plow, breathing in Moksha Kumbhaka.
ग्रीवाखण्डेन भूमिं विष्टम्भ पादाग्रद्वयम् ऊर्ध्वमुन्नयेत् नरकासनं भवति.
Next up is Shaita Paschimottanasana. Now, from the same posture, hold onto the feet above your head. Keep your arms and legs straight. This is one of the 84 asanas revealed directly by Lord Paramashivoham himself.
तानं शयित्वा कुर्वीत शयितपश्चिमतानकम्.
Next up is Supta Konasana. Now bring your hips above the shoulder level and then hold onto the feet and open your legs wide. Bring your feet down on the ground as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
परिवृत्ति कुक्षि भागे त्रिधा हि परिकीर्तितः बद्धकोणं सुप्तकोणं मूर्धकोणमतापि च.
Next up is Chakrasana. Now join your feet again above your body. Hold onto your ankles and roll onto your back. Keep your arms and legs straight as you visualize yourself as a chakra, a wheel in Chakrasana.
शवासनस्तद्वौ पादौ कुर्यान्मस्तकरः परो विक्रमेण तथा.
Next up is Supta Prasarita Parangushtasana. As you're laying on your back, straighten your legs up vertically. Hold on to the big toes in Prana Mudra. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space and then open your legs wide to the side.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गष्टप्रसारणे.
Now join your feet back together above your body in Supta Parangushtasana. Keep the legs straight as you hold on to the big toes in Prana Mudra.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गस्तप्रसारणे
Next up is Matsyasana. From Supta Padangusthasana, now cross your legs into Padmasana. Lay flat on your back, bring your knees to the ground, and raise your arms over your head. Hold on to opposite elbows. Gaze to your nose and visualize Matsya, the fish avatar of Lord Vishnu.
मुक्तपद्मासनं कृत्वा उत्तानशयनं चरेत् पूर्वराभ्यां शिरो वेश्य मत्स्यासनं स्तु रोगः
Next up is Parasharamasana. With your legs in Padmasana laying on the ground, place the backside of the right hand onto the left palm over top of your head. Gaze to your nose and visualize Lord Rama in your inner space.
प्रथमकरे पद्मासन आचे सूदो सोवे भूपरिपाचे
Next up is Sarvangasana. Now, as you lay on your back with your legs in Padmasana, raise your knees and hips off the mat, supporting your lower back with your hands, elbows on the ground. Gaze to your nose as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
अथ वक्त्रेत संक्षेपात् सर्वाङ्गासनमुत्तमं यत्कृत्वा योगनिपुणो विद्याभिपण्डितो यतः
Next up is Vrishikasana. Now keep one foot on top of the opposite thigh and pull the opposite knee against your chest. As you raise your arms up above your head, poke your fingers forward, lift your head up and tuck your chin to the chest, visualizing yourself as a scorpion.
प्रथमशयनो सूडो शीशकेशकी सन्धि सुदाके
Now repeat Vrishikasana on the other side. Place the other foot on the opposite thigh.
प्रथमशयनो सूदो शीशकेशकी सन्धि सुदाके
Next up is Vrishaparakshiposana. As you lay flat on your back, interlock your fingers around your neck. Then lift your legs off the ground completely. Alternate pulling your knees in towards your chest. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space and calmly breathe in Sahadra Kumbhaka.
उत्तानं शयनं कृत्वा अनुलिपिकन्दरं बद्ध्वा कार्परो मिलित्वा
Next up is Maruttanasana. As you lay on your back with your hands next to your hips, palms flat. Alternate pulling your knees against your ears. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
स्वोत्तानवस्थित्वं कृत्वा जानुद्वम्बं परञ्जेन कर्णयोः संस्पृशेत् मारोत्तनं भवति
We move on to Vrikasana. As you lay on your back, place your feet flat and stand up and lay back down again and again as you visualize yourself as a wolf.
उत्तानं शयनं कृत्वा पादतलाभ्यां भूमिं दत्त्वा उत्तिष्ठेत् वृकासनं भवति
Next up is Lutasana. Laying on your back, now kick your legs over your body and roll over completely as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Finally, finish in a prone position.
उत्तानशयनं पादौ उर्शिलिङ्ग्य भूमौ स्थापयित्वा
Next up is Saratasana. Laying on your stomach, keep your hands next to your shoulders. Contract your lips, making a whistling sound like a flute as you inhale. As you visualize yourself as a chariot carrying warriors into a battle for Dharma on your chariot back in Sanatasana.
निब्जशयनं कृत्वा नाभिं भूमौ निधाय संवध्यस्यं भूमिं वष्टम्ब तिष्ठेत् सरसासनं भवति.
Next up is Dehal Ulanganasana. As you push your body up into the plank position, jump your feet in between your hands back and forth, visualizing yourself transcend body and mind.
हस्तद्वयं बद्ध्वा तन्मध्ये चरणद्वयम् उदानीव्या तिष्ठेत् देहल्यलङ्घनं भवति.
Next up is Jatyasana. From a standing position, lean forward and down, place your hands on the mat, and walk around on hands and feet as you visualize yourself as a wise 60-year-old elephant.
अथ जाट्यासनं वक्ष्ये येन जाटिस्मरो भवेत् हस्तान् त्रिभूमौ च गमनागमनं तथा.
Next up is Lolitika Karana. Stand in Arimandi posture. Heels together, toes pointing outwards and your knees slightly bent. Raise your arms to the shoulder level, bend your elbows and rotate them around your chest. As you lean back, open up your chest and move your head in all directions. Next up is Sarupasana. Now stand straight. Tie your feet with a rope if you have a rope available, and stand completely erect like a rod on the mat, with your elbows close to your body, your hands on your thighs. Visualize your Kundalini Devi is raising and curling upward around your body.
अथ सर्पासनं वक्ष्ये वायुपानाय केवलं शरीरं दण्डवदनोत्.
Next up is Ushtrasaranasana. Now lean forward and down, place your hands on the ground and step your toes onto your fingers, wrapping your hands in fists. Then walk around on the mat, visualizing yourself as a camel.
मुष्टिकनिष्ठिका प्रसेदेन भूमौ निधाय उपरिपादतले संस्थाप्य अश्वच्च शरीरं चानील्याम् अश्वासनं भवति.
Next up is Ashvasana. From the same posture, now hold the toes from the outside. Walk around on the mat, visualizing yourself as a horse.
मुष्टिकनिष्ठिका प्रसेदेन भूमौ निधाय उपरिपादतले संस्थाप्य अश्वतत् शरीरं चलनीयम् अश्वासनं भवति.
We move on to Kapota Nitakasana. Now stand with your feet close together, interlock your fingers behind your back in Parashamudra, and pull your hands down towards your calves. Open up your chest widely. Tilt your head back as far as you can. You visualize yourself as a soaring bird diving.
पादतले भूमौ निधाय पृष्ठभागेन हस्तौ जङ्घपर्यन्तं नीत्वा कपोटनिडकं भवति.
Next up is Talapushpaputam Karana. Now join your hands in Namaskara Mudra and stand in the Arimandi posture. Bow down to one side and open up your palms, raising the respective heel. Visualize yourself holding a bouquet of flowers and offering it to Paramashiva. Next up is Khadgasana. Now visualize yourself as a rhinoceros and gaze to your nose. Then lay down on your stomach, jump your feet back and bring them back to the front. Stand up and join your hands in Namaskara Mudra, resembling the horn of the rhinoceros.
निजसरतमासनं कृत्वा पादतलोभ्योः भूमिं वष्टभ्य उत्तिष्ठेत् कटुकासनं भवति.
Next up is the Uttanottanam. Now sit down all the way or as low as you can to the ground and then stand back up again and again. Gaze to your nose. Hold weights if you want to intensify this asana. as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
पुनः पुनः उत्थातव्यम् आसीतव्यम् इति उत्थानोत्तमं भवति.
Next up is Musalasana. Now raise your arms up above your head and jump repeatedly as you visualize yourself as a mace.
सरलं सुवीत्वा ऊर्ध्वं बाहुं नयेत् वारं वार्यं मूढानं कृत्वा नयेत् मुसलासनं भवति.
Next up is Utshirshakasana. From a standing position, hold onto one foot and pull it against your chest. Then sit down with the other leg and stand back up, alternating on both sides. Gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
हस्तद्वयेन धृत्वा तिष्ठेत्.
Next up is Parshvajanukarana. Now, pull one knee against your chest and encircle the leg with your hand in a fist. Place the other hand on the inner thigh. The next asana is Tandavasana. Now, extend your arms and one leg forward. Visualize yourself fiercely dancing as Lord Shiva. Hold weights if you want to intensify this asana. Then sit down and stand back up.
एकेन पादेन स्थातव्यं ताण्डवासनं भवति.
Next up is a Brahmanasana. As you raise the left foot to the inner right thigh, heel against the perineum, keep the hands by the side. Visualize Lord Brahma blessing you from within.
ब्राह्मणासनमावक्ष्ये यत्कृत्वा ब्राह्मणो भवेत् एकपादो मुरो दत्वा तिष्ठेत् दण्डकृतिः भुवि.
Next up is Garudasana 3. Now, bring the left leg over and around the right knee and tuck the left toes behind the right calves. Bring the left arm below the right and join your hands in Namaskara Mudra as you visualize yourself as Lord Garuda.
उत्थानकूर्मपीठैश्च सैमस्गारुडमेव च वातायनं गोमुखं च भारद्वाजं त्रिविक्रमम्.
Next up is Ekapadasana. Now place the left foot on top of the right thigh. Keep your hands by the side and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
दक्षाङ्घ्रिं वामपादस्य धङ्गोपरि निधाय च.
Next up is Dhruvasana, the Posa posture. Now hold on to the left big toe in Prana Mudra and extend it out at the side. Quickly rotating on the standing leg, visualizing yourself as the North Posa.
एकेन हस्तेन दण्डरूपस्य एकस्य पादस्याग्रं धृत्वा.
The next asana is Trivikramasana. As you lift one leg behind your neck, stand tall. Hold on to a solid object, like a cupboard or something, to balance in this asana. Then sit down and stand back up, performing the 3 steps of Lord Vishnu. Visualize Lord Vishnu blessing you from within.
ग्रीवायां पादं संस्थाप्य स्थातव्यम् उत्थातव्यं त्रिविक्रमासनं भवति.
Now repeat Parshvajanukarana on the other side. Lift the other knee up and circle it with your hand in a fist. Now visualize yourself fiercely dancing as Lord Shiva. Hold weights and extend your arms forward. Sit down and stand back up in Tandavasana on the other side.
एकेन पादेन स्थातव्यं ताण्डवासनं भवति.
Now repeat Brahmanasana. Place the right foot on the inner thigh and keep your hands by the side as you visualize Lord Brahma blessing you.
ब्राह्मणासनमावक्ष्ये यत्कृत्वा ब्राह्मणो भवेत् एकपादमुरौ दत्वा तिष्ठेत् दण्डकृतिर्भुवि.
Now bring the right leg over and around the left knee. Tuck the toes behind. Bring the right arm under the left arm. Place your hands in Namaskara Mudra. Visualize yourself as Lord Garuda.
उत्थानकूर्मपीठैश्च सैमस्गारुडमेव च वातायनं गोमुखं च भारद्वाजं त्रिविक्रमम्.
Now place the right foot onto the left thigh. Keep your hands by the side as you visualize Swamiji in Ekapadasana.
दक्षाङ्घ्रिं वामपादस्य जङ्घोपरि निधाय च.
Now hold onto the right big toe as you extend the leg out to the side. Rotate quickly on the standing leg and visualize yourself as the North Pole Star in Dhurvasana on the other side.
एकेनास्तेन दण्डरूपस्य एकस्य पादस्याग्रं धृत्वा.
Now repeat Trivikramasana on the other side. Lift your leg behind your neck, sit down and stand back up.
ग्रीवायां पादं संस्थाप्य स्थातव्यम् उत्थातव्यं ताण्डव त्रिविक्रमासनं भवति.
Next up is Samana Kakarana from Arimandi. Heels together and toes pointing outwards. Extend your arms at the side of your hip, fingers pointing one by one. Stand relaxed in this posture. Recover from this intense sequence of asanas and get ready as we enter the final 100 asanas of this Tritiya Vinyasa Krama. Starting off with Gorak Anjali Asana. Now squat down, bring your arms in between the legs from the outside and interlock your fingers in front of your navel as you visualize the great sage Goraknath, the founder of the Natha Yoga Hindu Sampradaya.
प्रथम हि उपो होये बहुरी नीचोपनि होवे.
Next up is Kanchi Asana. As you squat down all the way, interlock your fingers around your back as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
ऊर्मज्जातस्थो निवेश नितम्बं धृत्वा पादतलाभ्यां भूमिं वष्टभ्य तिष्ठेत् काञ्चासनं भवति.
Next up is Bhairav Asana. Squat down all the way. Keep the heels together, close to the perineum as you gaze down towards your navel and visualize Bhagavan Kala Bhairava, the Lord of Time.
दो उपगकी तल्यागी माहिली कौरमिला हे पनापानी उकड़ मड़ुवेसे.
Next up is Varahasana. As you squat down all the way, keep your toes apart and bring your hands together in Anjali Mudra. Join them behind your head, fingers pointing down towards the ground as you gaze to the nose and visualize yourself as Varaha, the boar avatar of Lord Vishnu.
पगतली की माहिली कोरे माले पनापानी उकड़ वैसे.
Next up is Pripitasana. Now hold on to the big toes in Prana Mudra and then raise your hips up to the same level as your knees. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space and breathe in Jivachala Kumbhaka. Inhale all the way, hold your breath and move the prana freely within your system.
पार्श्वद्वयां सम्मील्य स्थित्वा नितम्बं जानुप्रदेशे आनीय तिष्ठेत् प्रपिदासनं भवति.
Next up is Pakasana. Now keep your hands on the mat and bring your knees onto your arms towards your armpits. Lean forward, find balance and lift your feet off the mat as you visualize yourself as a crow.
हस्ताभ्यां भूमिमष्टम्भः जानुद्वयं नाभौ सम्मील्य.
The next asana is Sushtanga Kapali Asana. With your hands on the mat, your knees on your arms, lean forward, place your head on the ground and lift your legs up. Then cross them into Padmasana. Gaze to your nose as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
Asana Kauguna Kapala Chohoi.
Next up is Guptasana. Now sit in a kneeling position with your heels outside the hips, the toes touching behind your back. Gaze to your nose and visualize that you are sitting in the secret seat with Paramashiva and Guru in Guptasana.
Janurvorantare Pado Kritva Pado Cha Gopayet Pado Paricha Samstapya Gudam Guptasanam Viduhu.
Next up is Vrikshasana 2. This asana should be performed by everyone to purify all the 7 chakras. You can lean against the wall for support or ask a partner to assist you as you place your hands on the ground and then kick your legs up into a handstand. Visualize yourself as a tree with deep roots growing into the ground from your hands in Vrikshasana 2. Calmly breathe through your nose in Sahajra Kumbhaka.
Sapta Chakrasalanaya Vrikshasana Vibedakan.
Next up is Shivu Asana. Now bring your feet together, gaze up towards your third eye and visualize Tejas, energy flowing towards your third eye, rejuvenating your body.
Do Pagadoli Mahi Gulpab Maila Ubai Hoi.
Gently lower your legs down. Place your hands flat on the mat and step your feet back into a plank position. Lower your body down to the ground and push it back up again and again as you gaze up towards your third eye and visualize yourself as a fish in Matsyasana 2.
Yujjam Shayanam Kurparo Pashvabhagyam Mudam Kritva Hastatala Byambumim Vastabhya Varam Varam Uddanam Kuryat Matsyasanam Bhavati.
Now lower your body down onto your stomach, place your hands on your hips, and then lift your head and chest from left to right. Visualize and move your body like a snake in Sarvasana 2.
Yujjam Shayanam Kritva Hastau Nidambam Samstapya Samilyam Murasanam Gantamvyam Sarpasanam Bhavati.
Next up is Niralambanasana. Now bring your elbows on the ground in front of you and join your hands in Padma Mudra, the Lotus Mudra, as you rest your chin on your hands. Feel self-supported and completely independent.
Karabhyam Pankajam Kritva Tishtet Kurparaya Shuddhihi Mukam Munnamunachaya Niralambanam Asanam.
Next up is Chaturasana, laying on your stomach. Now place your hands flat, straighten your arms, push your upper back up, and bend your knees to bring your feet closer to your upper back. Visualize yourself as an umbrella protecting your Guru from the sun rays in Chaturasana.
Adyaseneshtvasitva Astadalabhyam Bhumim Vastabhyam Nyuyat Chatrasanam Bhavati.
Next up is Vajrasana. Sitting in a kneeling posture on top of your heels, extend your arms out in front, place your palms flat and place your forehead on the mat as you gaze to the nose and visualize yourself as Vajra, the weapon of Indra, symbolizing indestructibility.
Idanim Garbhinam Yogabhyasau Yatalagau Sukha Prasavalabhaya Prochate Praktane Patihi.
Next up is Meshasana. Now, keep your hands flat and push your hips up high into Gajasana position. And then alternate striking the ground with your hands as you visualize yourself as powerful as a ram.
गजासन संस्थितो एकैकं बाहुं भूमौ ताडयेत् मेषासनं भवति.
Next up is Ajasana. From Gajasana position, now lift your legs up high and slowly lower your face down towards the mat as you visualize yourself as unborn, existing for all eternity.
गजासन संस्थितो पादद्वयम् अन्तराले कृत्य मस्तकेन भूमिं स्पृशेत् अजासनं भवति.
Now come to a kneeling position. As you hold on to the toes and pull them towards your perineum, then place your hands on top of your thighs. Gaze to the nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you breathe in Ujjayi Pranayama. Make an ocean-like sound with your mouth.
पूर्व विधि परा हता की काकसी से परा सदा मोड़ी.
Next up is the Angamotanam. Now interlock your fingers in front and move your arms up, down, left, right in all directions. Massage all the various joints and muscles of your body. Then interlock your fingers behind your back and repeat the movement as you visualize Swamiji.
हस्तयोरङ्गुमले बद्ध्वा हस्तयोर्मध्यात् सर्वमङ्गं निक्षातिष्ठेत् अङ्गमोत्तनम्.
Next up is Garudasana form. As you sit on your heels, turn your feet outwards so the toes are pointing to the side. Visualize yourself as Lord Garuda, flying Lord Vishnu and Lakshmi on his back in Garudasana form.
जंगो रुभ्यां दरां पीड्य स्थिरकायोध्वजाननौ जंगो परिकराद्वण्ड गरुडासनमुच्यते.
Next up is Ananda Mandirasana. Now bring the toes pointing backwards, soles of the feet together, and sit on your heels as you open your knees wide. Hold onto your ankles and then place the front of your buttocks on the ground. Gaze up towards your third eye and visualize yourself residing in the blissful space of a temple.
अथ वक्ष्ये वीरनाथ आनन्दमन्दिरासनं यत्कृत्वा अमरो धीरो भवत्येवेह साधकः.
Next up is Mandukasana. Now cross the soles of your feet and sit on your heels. As you open your knees wide, bring your hands underneath your knees. Press your tongue up against the palate of your mouth in Manduki Mudra. Visualize yourself as a frog and engage Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha in Mandukasana too.
पृष्ठं सम्पीड्य गुल्पाभ्यां जान्वङ्मे सवयाकृतिः हस्तौ पादतले क्षिप्तौ मण्डूकासनपाददोषहृत्.
Next up is Narasimhasana. Now tuck your toes and raise your heels as you sit down on the heels with your perineum. Keep your knees on the ground. Place your hands flat on the mat, thumbs touching, fingers spread. Gaze to the tip of your nose, stick your tongue out and exhale forcefully again and again as you visualize Narasimha, the Lion Man avatar of Lord Vishnu in Narasimhasana.
दो पना पानी होय वैसे एडी मिलरे गुडानी वैसे.
The next asana is Vishrakasana. Keep your toes tucked, your heels raised, sit on the perineum with your knees on the mat. Then cover your mouth with both your hands. Bring the thumbs underneath the teeth. Close your lips. Inhale through the right nostril. Exhale through your mouth as per your capacity in Vishraka Pranayama. As you shift your gaze to your nose, visualize Devi residing over all your fears in Vishrakasana.
Dowu pagangi yedi joyi gora banom bane puni hoyi.
Next up is Makarasana. Now place the feet flat, the soles of the feet together, toes pointing back, and sit on your heels. Gaze up towards your third eye, and bend your elbows to bring your fingers to the armpits. Imitate as if you are a monkey stretching itself. Visualize yourself as a playful monkey in Makarasana.
Dowu pagatali samputu ane tinaki pishti bhumavati dane mooladwara yedi mavrilyave muda hata uche taharave.
Next up is Vajrasangarasana. As you bring the soles of the feet together and raise your knees off the mat, open your legs wide and hold on to opposite elbows behind your back as you visualize, as you embody diamond-like strength for you and your Sangha, your spiritual community. Gaze to the tip of your nose.
Pratama panapani hoye bese dowu yedi gudani vese goda ubora ke thira ade vaya pasare dhira.
Next up is Kanjanasana. Now, cross your feet and sit on the heels with the knees on the ground and place your hands on the mat to the side of your body. Now, gaze to your nose, engage Uddiyana Bandha and Mula Bandha, and visualize perfect health beyond any and all physical or mental ailments.
Panjanasana bhakshe yat kritva shushti bhavet prishte padadvayam badva hasto bhumo paradayet.
Next up is Kurmasana. From the same position, now place your hands on the knees. Make your upper body and neck stiff like the shell of a turtle as you gaze to the nose and visualize a turtle with a stable body and mind to live for hundreds of years.
Gulpau chavrishanasya vikramena samahito rujukaya samagivam kurmasanamiti.
Maintain the same posture. Relax your upper back and neck as you gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in Yogasana.
Gudam nyaniyam gulpabhyam vikramena samahitah yogasanam bhavede tad yogavyoga vido viduhu.
Now stand on your knees and cross your feet behind, stepping the toes onto the mat close towards your knees. Hold your calves with your fingers inside and your thumbs outside as you gaze up towards your third eye and visualize a space of eternal oneness, Advaita, with your Guru in Vichugasana.
Godam vamno ube hore goda adera ke doi dachita padaki pani rahave pana vam goda digilyave.
Next up is Ustrasana 2. Now stand on your knees. Place the top of the feet flat. Hold on to your feet as you lean back and push your hips forward. Tilt your head back and visualize yourself as a camel.
Meru danta grandi datya isbishami suppuman.
Next up is Jatyasana 2. From the same position, now lean back and place your elbows and the back of your head on the mat, gazing to your nose and visualizing yourself as a lotus blooming.
Dovu yedi sampurkare sole mooladwari daridere.
Next up is Viratasana. With your feet flat, lay your back on the ground and raise back up again and again. Gaze to your nose and visualize the healing and liberation of your causal forms of the body. You can use the support of your hands if needed.
Janga pritibhumau nidaya jangodayoho urni samstapya prishtivam sam varam varam sprishet viratasanam bhavati.
Next up is Kapotasana. Now lean back and bring your arms over the shoulders. Then place your forearms on the ground and bring your head closer towards your feet. Try to bring your head in between the feet if you can, as you visualize yourself as a beautiful dove.
मेरुदन्तग्रन्थिदात्य सम्पिपादयिषुः पुमान्
Next up is Varasana. Now stand on your knees with the hips raised off the mat. Hold onto opposite elbows in front of your chest as you gaze to your nose. Enter this boon-fulfilling asana as you
जानुनी भूमौ संस्थाप्य हस्ताभ्यां बाहुः परस्परं धृत्वा सरलं तिष्ठेत् वरासनं भवति
Next up is Varahasana too. Now keep your toes tucked and sit on raised heels. Lean forward and down. Place your forearms on the ground and rest your head on your hands as you visualize yourself as Varaha, the boar avatar of Lord Vishnu.
सूर्यं चन्द्रं वेदनानि यान्यासनकथायन्ते कूर्परो भूमौ स्थापयित्वा
Next up is Mundasana. Now bring your forearms on the mat, shoulder width apart. Interlock your fingers, place your head on the mat and walk your feet forward, raise your hips, lift your feet off the ground as you gaze to the nose and visualize yourself as a log tree.
अदो मुण्डासनं वक्ष्ये सर्वेषां प्राणिनां सुखम्
Now gently lower your body down and come to a kneeling posture. Lean forward and down and place your head in between the knees. Hold onto your head with both hands as you bring the elbows outside the knees. Gaze to the nose, visualize Swamiji. Inhale through the nose and exhale through the mouth in Andasana.
प्रथम पगतली समत हरावे कोरमाहिलो उबे मिलावे पनापान उकड़ कोर वेसे दो ये गुड़ा निवेसे
Next up is Viparita Shalabhasana. As you lay on your stomach, extend your arms above your head. Hold on to weights if you want to intensify this asana. As you lift your arms, chest and legs completely off the ground, visualizing yourself as a locust.
शलभासन भेदश्च नटभेरुण्ड नामके ग्रन्थभेरुण्ड सहिते शीर्षदण्डासनं तथा
Next up is Kapalasana, the skull posture. Now place your forehead on the ground. Keep your hands flat on the mat next to your hips. As you lift your legs off the mat, keep the feet together and visualize a skull representing the mind with purified thoughts and the strong will to attain enlightenment.
कपालं भूमौ निधाय ऊर्ध्वं पादौ नयेत् कपालासनं भवति
Next up is Akasha Kapotasana. With your hands flat on the mat, lift your legs up over your body and place them on the ground in front of your face as you visualize yourself as a free and open dove.
उष्ट्रासने स्थित्वा चरणौ नीत्वा पृष्ठप्रदेशेन भूमौ स्थापयेत् आकाशकपोतं भवति
Next up is Chatakasana. From a kneeling position, now place your forearms on the ground. Lean forward and down. Bring your navel onto the thighs as you visualize yourself as a sparrow.
उत्परया परं यं तं हस्तौ दन्दमे स्वस्तं वज्जानुनी नभो संस्थाप्य.
Next up is Vrishikasana 2. With your forearms on the ground now, raise your hips and legs up. Bring the legs over your body. Bend the knees and try to touch the back of your head with your feet as you visualize yourself as a scorpion.
यश्चैव पुष्टप्रतिमाङ्गि पार्श्वि धृत्वा स्वरीशे शुभकं विदार्यकौ.
Next up is Vrishasana. As you sit on the right heel, keep the left foot outside the hip with the toes pointing to the side. Keep your hands in front of the knees, flat on the mat. Visualize yourself as a bull as you start breathing in Antaranga Kumbhaka. Inhale forcefully through your nose. Hold your breath for a little while. And then again, exhale slowly through the nose.
याम्यकुल्पे पादमूले वामभागे पदेतरं विपरीतं स्पृशेत् भूमं वृषासनमिदं भवेत्.
Next up is Yolasana. With your hands flat on the mat, now lift your entire body off the ground. Balance on your arms as you cross your left toes over the right and visualize Swamiji.
लोलासनं सदा कुर्यात् वायुलोलापघातनात्.
Next up is Vrishasana. On the other side now, sit on the right heel. Sit on the left heel with the right foot outside the hip, visualizing yourself as a bull.
याम्यकुल्पे पादमूले वामभागे पदेतरं विपरीतं स्पृशेत् भूमिं वृषासनमिदं भवेत्.
Next up is Balagunasana. Now, tuck your toes. Tuck the toes of the left foot and sit on the left heel as you place the right foot flat on the mat. Keep both your knees off the ground and your hands on top of the knees. Visualize Balagunahai, one of the 84 sinners in your inner space.
आसन कौगुण जल विकार जाई.
We move on to Grahasana. Now, stand up and squat down as you bring your arms in and around the legs, holding on to the ankles from the outside, visualizing yourself as the entire planet as you squat down.
पादतले भूमौ संस्थाप्य जानुमुद्ये पूर्वरौ संस्थाप्य हस्ताभ्यां गुल्पप्रदेशो धृत्वा तिष्ठेत् ग्रहासनं भवति.
Next up is Balagunasana on the other side now. Tuck the right toe, sit on the right heel. Repeat Balagunasana.
आसन कौगुण जल विकार जाई.
Next up is Utkatasana. Now step both your feet in. Sit on raised heels, knees together, lifted off the mat as you place your hands on top of the knees. You can hold on to weights if you want to intensify this asana as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
विजास्पिजोस्ति त्वा ऊर्वजानुष्टयेन सने पादतलोभ्योपरि.
Next up is Vajra Sangarasana 2. Now with the knees raised off the mat, bring the soles of the feet together and open your knees. Hold on to opposite elbows behind your back and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
प्रथम पनापानि होय जैसे दो येदि गुडा निवेशे.
Next up is Anilasana. Now place your hands flat on the mat and step your heels onto the back of your hands. Keep your arms straight as you squat down all the way and gaze to your nose, visualizing that you are able to live off of air alone.
दो हाथ भूम परिताने कहूनि बना जगह नाबली गाने.
Next up is Padukasana. Now place the back side of your hands on the mat in front And step your feet onto your hands, wrap your hands around the feet like shoes, and start walking around on the mat, visualizing yourself wearing padukas, walking across India.
हस्ततलयोः पादतले कृत्वा तिष्ठेत् गच्छेत् पादुकासनं भवति.
Next up is Kukkutoddanasana. As you place your hands flat on the mat, kick your legs up and let them fall back down again and again. Visualize yourself as a rooster.
हस्ततले भूमौ कृत्वा पादतले च ऊर्ध्वं मूढानं कृत्वा भूमौ पदे चित्तं पुनः पुनः कुर्यात् कुक्कुटोड्डनं भवति.
Next up is Viparita Nrityasana. As you again place your hands on the mat, kick your legs up into a handstand and then move around on two hands dancing. Feel yourself become free of all inhibitions.
हस्ततलाभ्यां भूमिं वष्टभ्य ऊर्ध्व पादुक कुर्वेन्.
Next up is Kunjarasana. Now place one hand on the mat and keep the arms straight as you separate your feet. Hold your head with the opposite hand.
अथ वक्षे महादेव कुञ्जरासनमुत्तमं करेणैकेन पादाभ्यां भूमौ तिष्ठेत् शिरःकरः.
Now repeat Kunjarasana on the other side. Place the other hand down. Hold your ear with the other hand and visualize Swamiji in your space.
अथ वक्षे महादेव कुञ्जरासनमुत्तमं करेणैकेन पादाभ्यां भूमौ तिष्ठेत् शिरःकरः.
Next up is Kadambasana. Now squat down all the way. Hold onto your ankles as you visualize yourself as a Kadamba tree, a pious tree that promotes a long life.
पार्श्वेभ्यां भूमिं वष्टभ्य हस्तद्वयेन गुल्पौ धृत्वा तिष्ठेत् काडम्बं भवति.
Next up is Pavanamuktasana. Now sit on the ground with your feet flat in front. Hold your knees against your chest with your hands as you visualize any excess vata being released from or balanced within your system.
द्वयोस्तु पादयोः पाणिं लात्वा स्वस्थतनाम्बिके.
The next asana is Chakodasana. As you sit with the legs extended, lift one leg behind your neck and lift it off the ground. As you lift your entire body up, gaze up towards your third eye and visualize yourself as a powerful source of energy.
पूर्वतानं चतुष्पादं पीठं वज्रासनं तदा चकोरकरुणाचये शलभं भुजनागमं वृश्चिकम्.
The next asana is Dhanurasana 2. Now hold on to the big toes in Prana Mudra. Extend one leg forward and pull the other foot towards your ear as you visualize yourself as a bow.
पादाङ्गुष्ठौ तु पाणिभ्यां गृहीत्वा श्रवणावधिः.
Next up is Ashtavakrasana. Now bring one leg over your shoulder and hook the other foot over top. As you extend both your legs out to the side. And then lean forward, find balance, lift your body off the ground and visualize yourself as a flying crane.
वासिष्ठमतकौण्डिन्यं ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटमेव च अष्टावक्त्रमतोत्थानं मयूरं सेतुबन्धनम्.
The next asana is Pranasana. Now place the right foot onto the left thigh and bring the left foot flat on the ground. Raise the left knee. Bring the left shoulder underneath the raised knee and gaze up as you visualize you are immortal and able to exist solely on prana.
एतत् प्रभेदं वक्ष्यामि करोति यः चामरः एकपादौ मुरौ बद्ध्वा स्कन्धेन्यः पादरक्षणम्.
Next up is Paramashivoham. Now place the right foot to the left hip and step the left foot over the right knee. Now bring the right shoulder around the right knee as you bring your arm below and interlock your fingers behind your back. Now gaze to your third eye and visualize Sage Matsindra, the master of Hatha Yoga.
मत्स्येन्द्रपीठं जठरप्रदीप्तिं प्रचण्डरुक्मण्डनकन्दनास्थम् अभ्यासतः कुण्डलिनी प्रभोतं दण्डस्थितत्वं हि ददाति पुंसाम्.
Now repeat Chakodasana on the other side. Bring the other leg behind your neck. Place the hands on the mat. Lift your entire body off the ground as you gaze up and visualize yourself as a powerful source of energy.
पूर्वतानं चतुष्पादं पीठं वज्रासनं तथा.
As you hold on to the big toes, in Prana Mudra, pull the other foot towards your ear. Repeat Dhanurasana 2, visualizing yourself as a bow.
पादाङ्गुष्ठौ तु पाणिभ्यां गृहीत्वा श्रवणावधिः.
Now repeat Ashtavakrasana on the other side. Lift the other leg over the respective shoulder and hook the left foot over the right now. Extending both your legs out to the side as you lean forward, find balance, and visualize yourself as a flying crane.
वासिष्ठमतकौण्डिन्यं मूर्धकुक्कुटमेव च अष्टावक्त्रमतोतानं मयूरं सेतुबन्धनम्.
Now repeat Pranasana on the other side. Now bring the left foot onto the right thigh. Place the right foot flat and bring the right shoulder underneath the raised knee. As you gaze up and visualize you are immortal and able to exist solely on prana.
एतत् प्रभेदं वक्ष्यामि करोति स चामरः एकपादौ मुरौ बद्ध्वा स्कन्धेऽन्यत्पादरक्षणम्.
And now repeat Paramashivoham on the other side. Bring the left heel to the right hip, the right heel over top of the left knee. Bring your arm, the left arm over and around the raised knee and interlock your fingers behind as you gaze up and visualize Sage Matsindra.
मत्स्येन्द्रपीठं जठरप्रदीप्तिं प्रचण्डरुक्मण्डनकन्दनास्त्रम् अभ्यासतः कुण्डलिनी प्रभोतं दण्डस्थितत्वं हि ददाति पुंसाम्.
Next up is Ardha Paschimottanasana. Now bring one heel against the perineum and extend the opposite leg forward. Lean down, hold the front foot and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
एकं पादं पार्श्वे एकं पादस्य पाशिनी शीवनी सम्पीड्य.
Next up is Kramchasana. Now bring the left foot outside the hip. Place the foot flat and hold onto the right foot as you extend it forward and up in front of your face. Visualize yourself as a crane.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गष्टप्रसारणे.
Now repeat Ardha Paschimottanasana on the other side.
एकं पादं प्रसार्य एकं पादस्य पाशिनी शीवनी सम्पीड्य.
And repeat Kramchasana, the crane posture, on the other side as well.
उत्तानं पादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गष्टप्रसारणे.
Next up is Swastikasana. Now, sit in a cross-legged posture with your feet in between the thighs and calves. And keep your hands on the knees, gaze to your nose as you visualize a swastika in your inner space.
जानुर्वोरन्तरे सम्यक् कृत्वा पादतले उभे ऋजुकाय समासीनं स्वस्तिकं तत्प्रचक्षते.
Now cover your heels with your hands, but maintain the same posture. Tuck your chin to the chest and visualize Sage Godaknath as you gaze to your nose in Godakshasana.
जानुर्वोरन्तरे पादौ उक्तानौ व्यक्तसंस्थितौ.
Next up is Bhagasana 2. Now place the left heel against the perineum and the right foot onto the left thigh. Gaze to your third eye. Visualize Swamiji and enter Shanmukhi Mudra. Close your lips with your fingers, your nostrils, your eyes and your ears.
वामपार्श्वौ गुडौ संस्थाप्य दक्षाङ्घ्रिं वामजगणे.
Next up is Yogasana 2. Now, place your feet onto opposite knees and keep your hands at the side of your body, palms facing up. As you gaze to your nose, visualize Swamiji and breathe in Kakachantra Kumbhaka. Inhale through the rolled up tongue, keeping your mouth in the shape of the beak of a crow.
उत्तानौ चरणौ कृत्वा संस्थौ योपरि जानुनो.
Next up is Urdhva Kukutasana. Sitting in Padmasana, rotate your hands at the side of your body and lift your entire body off the ground as you visualize yourself as a rooster.
वासिष्ठमतकौण्डिन्यं ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटमेव च अष्टावक्त्रमतो तानं मयूरं सेतुबन्धनम्.
Next up is Siddhaharatali Asana. Now bring your hands in between the legs and place the palms flat on the ground. Don't lift your body off the mat, stay seated as you gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
प्रथम पद्मासनौ कोकरे हस्तदौ गोडासं दिदेरै.
Next up is Hamsasana. Now push your hands into the mat and lift your body up. Gaze to your nose as you visualize yourself as an elegant swan.
कुक्कुटासनस्थित्वा कन्दर्पयन्तं ऊर्णीत्वा तिष्ठेत् हंसासनं भवति.
Next up is Karmukasana. Now push your hands through the legs, behind your body. Interlock your fingers as you lean forward and down, placing your forehead on the mat. Visualize yourself as Pinaka, Lord Shiva's bow.
प्रथम पद्मासनौ कोकरे गोडासं दिमाहि करिधेरै.
Next up is Kurmasana. As you sit in Padmasana, bring your arms in between the legs and bend your elbows up. Hold onto the respective shoulders. As you visualize yourself as a turtle with a stable body and mind to live for centuries.
भामी जंग परिदक्षिण बाबा दाहिनी जंग परिमिल्यावा.
Tuck your chin to the chest, gaze to the nose, and rejoice knowing you're sitting in Shiva's secret knot posture, Granthi Vedasana.
अथ वक्षे नीलकण्ठ ग्रन्थिवेदासनं शुभम्.
Now roll onto your back, hold onto your shoulders, and embody a turtle laying on its back as you gaze to your nose in Uttana Kurmasana.
कुक्कुटासनबन्धस्थं कराभ्यां धृतकण्ठरम्.
Next up is Pangu Kukkutasana. Now sit in Padmasana and bring your hands in between the legs. Place one palm on the mat and hold its wrist as you lift your entire body off the ground, balancing on one arm. Visualize yourself as a rooster.
कुक्कुटासनस्थित्वा एकेन हस्तेन अन्यस्य मणिबन्धं धृत्वा.
Now place the other palm on the mat, hold its wrist, repeat Pangu Kukkutasana on the other side.
कुक्कुटासनस्थित्वा एकेन हस्तेन मणिबन्धं धृत्वा.
We move on to Gridasana. Now sit in Padmasana and place your elbows on your toes. Interlock your fingers, rest your chin on your hands and press your thumbs against your throat as you visualize you have gone beyond all greed and covetous.
जानुर्वोरन्तरे पाद उत्थानव्यक्तसंस्थितौ.
Next up is Padmasana 3. Now place one hand over the other in your lap, palms facing up. As you gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji, engage all Tribandhas.
उत्थानौ चरणौ विधाय विधिवत् शक्ति योगिनौ स्थिरात्.
Now place your hands on top of the knees. Gaze to your nose, engage the Mula Bandha and visualize Paramashiva in your inner space in Padmasana form.
एतत् पद्मासनं कुर्यात् प्राणवायुप्रसिद्धये.
Next up is Karmukasana 2. Now keep one hand on the respective knee and hook the other hand around the big toe in Prana Mudra. Rotate the big toe round and round in a circular motion. Visualize yourself as Pinaka, Lord Shiva's bow, and then rotate the other big toe as well.
अतान्यदासनं वक्ष्ये योगपुरःकराक्षणात्.
Now sitting in Padmasana, cross your arms behind your back and hold on to opposite big toes in Prana Mudra. As you cross your arms behind your back, gaze to the nose and engage all Tribandhas, visualizing yourself as Pinaka, Lord Shiva's bow in Karmukasana 3.
कार्मुकासनमाकृत्य उदरे पूरयात् सुखम्.
Maintain this posture, gaze up and visualize yourself as the action of Paramashiva's third eye, destroying anything you come across in Dridhasana.
ऊरुभ्यामुपरिस्थाप्य पादयुग्मं प्रयत्नतः.
Next up is Nagrasana. As you maintain this posture, roll onto your back. Lay on your arms, cross behind your back. As you hold onto the big toes, gaze to the nose, visualize yourself as a snake and breathe in Sahadra Kumbhaka in Nagrasana.
प्रथम पद्मासन कोंताने दो हाथ पाछामने आमने.
Now you can free your arms and legs. Pull your knees up against your chest. And circle your legs with your arms and bring your chin to the knees as you squeeze your body into a ball.
वेत्रासने शिष्ट्वा हस्तपादान् नियुक्तं ऊर्ध्वं नयेत्.
Next up is Utpavavanasana. Interlock your fingers around your neck. Keep your feet flat, knees raised as you gaze to the nose and visualize Swamiji.
प्रथम सूडो सैनि करावे घोड़ा उभयरासे मिलावे.
Now place your hands underneath your heels with the palms facing up. Push your hips up, lock your perineum and your throat. Breathe in Mudra Kumbhaka and visualize yourself as a powerful alpha ape in Marakata Pitasana.
उत्तान शयनं पादतले उत्तान हस्तयोः स्थापयेत्.
Now keep your hips raised, bring your hands to the lower back and straighten your legs. Point your toes, face to the nose as you visualize Swamiji in Uttana Shikipitakasana.
जंगो गुबारणैनश्चेत् उत्तान शिखिपीठकम्.
Now raise your legs, point your toes upwards, and then place your hands flat on the mat. In Narakasana as you visualize yourself blissfully traversing through Naraka Loka unscathed.
ग्रीवां गण्डेन भूमिं वष्टम्ब पादाग्रद्वयम् ऊर्ध्वमुत्तरयेत् नरकासनं भवति.
Now bring your hands to the lower back. Support your body as you straighten your legs and lower and angle them. Engage your core as you visualize yourself as a boat crossing the ocean of samsara in Tiryannaukasana.
नौकावत् स्थित्वा ऊर्ध्वं पादाग्रद्वयं नयेत् तिर्यन्नौकासनं भवति.
Now place your hands back on the mat. Straighten your legs up. Be stable like a flagpole as you visualize yourself as the KAILASA flag respected across all nations in Dvajasana.
तिर्यन्नौकावत् ग्रीव पृष्ठकूर्परया शुरिः.
Now lower your entire body down onto the mat. Keep your hands at the side of your body, palms facing up. In Mritasana, the final asana of this sequence, intensely pull the Kundalini Shakti up along your spine in Shakti Chalan Mudra as you visualize your body is dead and Swamiji is liberating you. Internally chant the Mahavakyam Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
अतशवासनम् उत्तानं शववद्भूमौ शयनं तु शवासनं शवासनं श्रमहरं चित्तविश्रान्तिकारणम्
I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasadashiva. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Now slowly return to your physical body. Start to wiggle your fingers and toes, your wrists and your ankles, your elbows and your knees. Pull your knees up towards your chest and circle them with your hands and rock your body from side to side, slowly returning to a comfortable seated position. Congratulations, you completed the Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama 308 asana sequence. With this, we are now going to move on to the next session of the day, which is the power manifestation. So stay tuned, manifest the powers of Paramashiva. Let us conclude today's Nithyananda Yoga session. Sit straight with the head, neck and spine in a straight line. Join your hands in Namaskara Mudra in front of your heart center. Close your eyes, take a deep breath. Visualize Swamiji as we chant the Purna mantra.
Om Purnamadav Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudakshate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnamevavashishyate Om Shanti 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 Hari Om Datsat Sarvam Bhagavatshe Nithyananda Paramashiva Padukarpanamastu Om Nithyanandam.
Thank you all. Nithyanandam.
I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasadashiva. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Om
Nithyanandam Paramasukadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Manvatītam Gagana Sadrisham तत्त्वमस्यादिलक्ष्यम् एकं नित्यं विमलमचलं सर्वदी साक्षिभूतं भावातीतं त्रिगुणरहितं सद्गुरुं तं नमामि. Yes. So I welcome all the viewers and participants to today, the day 16 of the Paramashivoham program, where we'll be performing our third eye reading today. Now we can get the eye bands and pens, paper ready so that we can manifest. Before we move to this power manifestation, we will go to the Shastra Pramana to remember that this power has been given to us by Paramashiva itself, and to understand the powerful cognition in this Shastra Pramana. Paramashiva in this verse says, Kapala antarmano nyasya tikkanmilita lochanaha kramena manaso tatyat lakshayet lakshyamuttamam. The translation reads, by fixing the mind on the inner space within the crown center and sitting stably without any movement, having the eyes closed in succession by the stability of mind and the inner space through the power of third eye, one directly sees the ultimate goal, Lakshyam, by having the vision beyond the sight, that oneness that reveals the object of any place, attaining the space of oneness with the source Paramashiva. So now we're going to enter into the first round of the power manifestation. Now sit straight with your head, neck and spine in a straight line. Close your eyes. Hold the powerful cognition that you are Paramashiva with 25 heads, 50 hands and 75 eyes. You are Paramashiva sitting here. Hold this cognition intensely in you and see the picture that the number I'm going to be projecting. Take a moment to take this visualization inside you of Paramashiva. See yourself as Paramashiva. Now chant the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of MahaParamashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Yes, now please relax. Open your eyes, open your blindfolds. Open your eyes now. Now, we'll be taking 2 minutes to write down what is revealed by the third eye. What did you see as the number? Write down whatever was shown to you by Paramashiva. Anything that you see, that you saw, is okay, even if it is black or if it is a number or a shape, anything, it's fine. Now write down everything that Paramashiva has shown you. So now here we have the picture, the number that was projected. It is the number 24. So now with this, yes, so here we have the number 24 that was projected to all the participants. So now with this we come to the end of today's manifestation. Now the last step you have to do is to go and share all of this in social media. So with this, we will come to the end of today's power manifestation. Share your comments and thoughts in the social media.
I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of MahaParamashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda.
Yes. So I want to complete with all the participants for the technical glitches that we had. But with this, we'll come to the end of today's power manifestation. Share your comments and thoughts in the social media. Thank you. Nithyananda.
I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of MahaParamashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.